stream to all sources.
Here, let me actually hook this HDMI up to my monitor so it's not on my laptop. That way I'm not looking to the side the whole stream. Because I feel like that would, oh shit, breaking stuff.
Okay, let's see. Looks like Twitch is live.
I feel like that would, oh shit.
And let's see, is YouTube live? Yes, I know, we're 5 minutes late. I'm sorry. I was optimistic we were setting things up.
Hey Loki, can you talk? I don't know if I can hear you anymore.
Oh, you don't think you can hear me anymore?
I might have fallen. God damn.
Okay, what about now? Okay, the Discord is saying it's picking up my
What I just
mic.
did to my sound settings. I didn't change anything. Stupid ass fucking auto switch.
Yeah, Discord says that.
Alright, there we go.
Okay, I was about to say Discord says that it's detecting my sound settings.
Yeah, it just auto switched it to come out of the non-existent speakers inside of my monitor. So, yeah.
Okay, well,
Very useful.
we don't have a ton of a plan here, except for, which is probably going to take like our whole 4-hour budget. We're gonna watch the Tim Pool versus 20 Progressives Jubilee video, because oh my god, this is candy. This is sweet, delicious, fatty candy. This is rivers of caramel dripping all over my tongue. You're thirsty, okay. Tim Pool, if you don't know, has to be the dumbest man in politics, if anyone hasn't heard of him. Tim Pool has to be the dumbest man in politics. I don't mean like he famously has the worst opinions, which he does. I just mean he's actually a dumb man. He's stupid. He's empty-headed. This man dropped out, like, his only claim to fame and authority. Hello, chatter. His only claim to fame and authority is that he took photos during the Wall Street protests in, like, the housing collapse in 2008. And somehow people took him as a serious journalist because he took some photos back then. But he's just a dude who dropped out of middle school and bought a camera. And then just basically he failed up into being taken seriously. He's actually dumb as rocks.
I don't know. I feel like dropping out of middle school is pretty impressive. That feels pretty unique to me. I mean, that's a level of stupid that not many people can achieve, you know?
You're right, actually. Like, it is pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive to drop out of middle school. Like, I don't even know the steps one would take to drop out of middle school. Like, in all seriousness. Because, like, what do you do with your life if you drop out of middle school?
I'm looking this up. What percent of Americans drop out of middle school?
But actually, that's a great question. Yeah, what percentage of Americans do drop out of middle school?
Virtually 0%.
Yeah, so if you...
Government agencies do not even track this statistic because it is so low.
No, it's incredible. Yeah. So if you make it to 9th grade, you have more of an education than this guy we're about to be reacting to. So without further ado, we gotta jump into this because it is an hour and 40 minutes long, and we're gonna be pause-a-nobbying the fuck out of this. I know we will be, because he's gonna say deranged shit. First off, if you don't know Tim Pool, he's famous for claiming a civil war is going to happen all the time. So,
I mean, I'd be down. I mean,
so let's
we can
play.
run it.
Let's
Like, if Tim Pool's on the side that we're fighting against, I think we're pretty chill. We can run it.
yeah, honestly. Okay, let's play Tim Pool Bingo. I haven't watched any clips of this. My 3 Tim Pool Bingo slots are going to be talks about men being better than women,
Yeah.
talks about Civil War,
Okay.
brings up that he's in a band and or skateboards.
I'm gonna make a risky bingo and say that he's going to walk back literally every single one of the debate topics. What I mean by that is he's going to put a ridiculous topic forward, and then he's going to say, no, let's not be extreme here, when he put an extreme topic forward. So I think he's going to do that.
That's a good one.
And I'm making the claim that it will be every single one. Okay?
Okay. That's an extreme. I think that might have to count as 2 slots, because that's a good one. That's a really good one.
I'm also going to make the claim that he's going to try and... We know at some point he's going to try and leave the show, right? The question is,
I have
how
heard
many
that.
times
I
he's
have
gonna
heard
try.
that. Yeah.
How many times is he going to try and leave? That's the question.
Ooh.
I'm going to say he's going to baby rage quit 3 times. Three times.
Okay, you've got some ballsy ass predictions, actually. I feel like mine are guaranteed. Those are ballsy ones that are pretty specific. We'll go ahead and start and see how much they start coming true.
You have a lot of politicians on the Democrat side who got behind authoritarian practices during COVID. I'm not going to.
We're going to get the stinger.
So, but the authoritarian
teaser
practices
things real
today,
quick.
you're willing to look past.
Some of them, yes.
Come on, man.
The mainstream.
He's
political
full
left
of contradictions.
commits more violence than the
He's
mainstream
such a
political right.
goon.
None of what you're saying makes any sense. It sounds like
It
you're
does.
honestly grifting
Okay.
a lot.
You can say
let's-
that
let me
there's
ask you a
civil
question.
war
Can we
every
get to the-
year and it doesn't happen. And
I
you're gonna
never
say it
said
just
there
hasn't
was.
happened.
Oh, we already
Let me
heard
get to
Civil
it's-
War.
I can leave.
Yeah.
Civil war, or is America more united than it seems? Hi everyone, I'm Paris Rose, and I'll be filling in for John today. From Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today we're debating which political party is more violent. Is authoritarianism on the rise in America?
This is already the first topic.
Hold up. That's the debate topic Tim Pool chose.
No, he chose this.
Okay.
We are watching Tim Pool, the dumbest man in politics, debate 20 progressives. This is a Jubilee Surrounded. That's what we're watching. It is so funny.
And the topic is apparently which political side is more violent. Okay. Now, if we're okay, so just to clear this out here, right? Is like I feel like it's a little ridiculous because if we're talking about like just Democrats and Republicans, they're all capitalists and they're all evil, violent fuckfaces. So it's like kind of like a non sequitur. But I doubt he's talking about systemic violence, right? Because he's not smart enough for that. So I would bet he's talking about like literal terrorism, in which case like right winger, like it's just factually accurate, like right wing domestic terrorism.
I mean, it was for them to even
like-
try and pretend that this claim is true. The Trump admin had to force like the FBI to stop collecting information on it, just so they could lie about it. Like that's the only way they could even pretend the claim was true.
Curious how he's gonna defend this, like in any way. I guarantee you, like literally what I said, my prediction, he is going to walk back everything. He is going to slowly walk it back into a more and more defensible position until he's just
like
not
recently,
even position.
not historically. We're not talking about historically, just recently, like last 1 year. I'm sorry, no, 1 week.
Yeah.
Just the week that Luigi Mangione maybe shot someone. Just that 1 week.
I mean, he confessed, so yeah.
Oh my god, this is actually so dumb because, like, before we stopped collecting data on it, I think right-wing terrorism was not just wasn't just high, but it was the #1 source of domestic terrorism in the entire country for like the last 100 years.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how he's gonna defend this shit.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Have both parties abandon their oath to the Constitution. I'm here with our featured guest, moderate political commentator, Tim Pool.
Hi, I'm Tim Pool. I'm the host of Timcast IR.
She just introduced him as a moderate.
The self-proclaimed moderate.
And today, I'm surrounded by progressives. My first surrounded claim is that the mainstream left commits more violence than the mainstream right.
If you like to be the
Oh, he's gonna be pedantic with the claim mainstream. Oh god.
Yeah, 1000%. He's gonna claim that everything that's not like basically establishment Democrats is mainstream. Dude, even mainstream, like, let's come on. Mainstream left, who the fuck is mainstream left? Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, like, Trump has been the president twice, so couldn't we call anyone who is a Trump supporter mainstream at this point? So, like, we've had 3 people who are Trump supporters try and kill Donald Trump.
Yeah. Not to mention the president himself, who, again, I would say the president is pretty mainstream, is a rapist. That's violence.
And tried to do an insurrection and a coup.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't even know how he can defend even the
Get to
mainstream.
the chair in 3, 2, 1.
They didn't
How's it
rush
going?
very
Great
much.
to meet you, buddy. How you doing?
Likewise. Pretty good, pretty good.
There seems to be like a broader implication with your
This
point.
guy's a
Because they all know they
Hasanabi
can
head.
threat
decimate
from
him.
mainstream.
I know
left
this guy.
politicians.
He's a Hasanabi
Like, do you really think
head.
Hillary Clinton's like leading the Vanguard Revolution Party? Like,
No.
What is your take?
When you look at the violence that we do see, I describe it as from blunt to acute, which is with the fringe extreme right, you'll see extreme mass shootings. You'll see, someone will show up and they'll unload on people, things like that. On the left, though, you'll see riots, vandalism that you don't see from the right. But the point I'm making is that when you break down the ideology that motivates individuals that commit political violence, there is more often an overlap between what the Democratic Party espouses ideologically and what we see in street-level violence, as well as maybe assassinations, versus what the Republicans would espouse.
I mean, I couldn't disagree more. What ideologies that the Democratic Party is promoting that leads to these types of violence? Anytime you see an act of violence that's typically attributed to the left, it is immediately condemned by every Democrat politician.
Indeed.
You couldn't point to one that actually endorses that. Or you have somebody like Donald Trump, who's literally the president of the United States, saying that we should call for the death of congressional members who are fulfilling their civic duty and saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't fulfill illegal orders if you're in the military, and Donald Trump's asking for them to be put to death. How is that not inciting to violence?
No, that's absolutely terrifying. I completely disagree with that. My point more so is that when you see, say, the George Floyd or the BLM riots, you end up with Biden and Kamala themselves promoting fundraisers for those accused of committing these crimes. During
Which
these riots,
crimes? Which crimes could you point to?
So in Minnesota, you had there was a firefighter who opened a sports bar. It was burned down. In fact, when the local news went to interview him about his dream bar
Tomorrow.
being burnt to the ground,
We'll be doing that again tomorrow.
They while they're filming the story, there were people looting a safe and stealing it.
Well, I think that there's absolutely a big difference between a lot of the private buildings or private enterprises that were targeted versus like public institutions like the police precinct. Like, you're somebody who I've seen.
I'm sorry. Property destruction is not violence.
I mean,
A living thing had to have suffered harm for it to be violence.
yeah, no. It's just a very, yeah.
Seen the iconography on your show. You're a big patriotic guy. You love 1776, right? That wasn't the most peaceful way that we had, criticizing our government or saying that tyranny
How
shouldn't
long
exist
was the
here.
Revolutionary War
But I will
going
say-
on before they signed the declaration?
I will say that the police precincts, the same people who committed a brutal murder using state violence in order to justify that, I think we can understand why people would rightfully be mad
Which
without
political
any
party is in
accountability.
control of the police department in Minneapolis?
That is not the central. First of all, we're talking about the mainstream political left. Which
Indeed.
politicians are?
You know, honestly, I think police tend to be more violent in Democratic areas, like more liberal Democratic areas. Do they not? Like,
Well, okay, the reason for that I would say is probably because most cities are democratically Democrat areas. And cities tend to have the most violent police forces.
fair,
Because-
yep. Because I was going to think
Because
New
they
York,
come in
LA.
contact with people more frequently, right?
That's true. It's true.
So I think all police are equally violent. It's just when you're coming into contact with 100 people a day and you violently assault 50% of the people you come into contact with, you're violently assaulting 50 people a day. Whereas
That's
the
true.
guy who
I
lives
don't
in
know
rural
per
bumfuck
capita or like
nowhere-
per police officer capita rates versus raw number rates. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Also,
I bet the rural guy also knows a lot of the people that he's interacting with, so he's much less likely to be violent with them, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas when he does come across the random black person he doesn't meet, he'll probably just murder that person, but like it's 1 out of every, 150 calls probably.
I'd say it also when you have these larger cities, these police departments tend to be immensely well funded, like disgustingly so. So they have an insane police force, insane amount of like militaristic equipment. And because of that, it's very easy to for them to be otherized and just be these cogs in this capitalistic protection machine. Whereas, like, I've said this before, even though all cops are bastards, I would say, like, my police department, in my experience with them, because it's a smaller area, it has problems. I'm not saying it's perfect. But, like, the people in it are automatically more part of the community. Just because there's only, like, 80 officers.
Yeah, I mean, but also, like, let's be clear, Democrats don't care about systemic violence, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
they
not
don't.
something that they champion. Even this is something that I'm pissed about the DSA for and, like, AOC and shit, is they even said, down with woke 1.0, we're not saying stuff like defund the police and shit anymore. Like, fuck off with all that dumb shit. But, yeah, Democrats don't have a spine when it comes to systemic police violence.
Yeah, well, so I know what you mean, but I don't have a problem with them creating this down with woke 1.0 narrative, only because I think we do need to rebrand messaging to dumb people. That's just all we have to do.
I'm fine with that, but it's some of the things that they're saying that they're getting rid of, like defund the police in particular, which I'm fine if you want to articulate it in a different way.
Mhm.
But to say that we don't need to, not even defund, that we don't need to abolish police, that we don't need to abolish ICE, saying that we don't even need to abolish these systems is just like...
I would say they might have moved away from the abolish the police statement, but no, all the people that have run have stood on abolish ICE. I'd say that one's different.
I think that's very popular. And
yeah,
I mean, like, they're trying to work in electoral politics. They're trying to get elected.
Yeah.
This goes back to my main critique of them consistently, is that they have to change their narratives and change their positions
to
based
try and
on
be
electability.
popular. Yeah, to try.
They try and do things that are like
it's an
short-term
unfortunate,
instead of combating
like,
long-term.
subtext of the game. Yeah, it's an unfortunate subtext of the game.
That I think just makes people inefficient, but
yeah. It is inefficient. I mean, American politics is particularly inefficient. I'm sure because you've done a lot of college politics classes, I'm sure one of the very first intro things you learned was like the pass rate for like policies in a congressional system versus a parliamentary system. So yeah. It's part of just how our thing is built. It's built to be inefficient.
It's why I really fuck with China's democratic system, because they do have fucking democracy, and we lie about this shit all the time. They do a local elections, and then as you stay being someone who champions your people locally through meritocracy, you can get upgraded, right? And once you're upgraded, you're a lot more secure in your position, and you can start doing things that matter long term, right? Because you don't have to worry about getting elected in 2 years, 4 years, whatever. So you can really realize that this is my career now. I've established myself. I have to earn merit here. So how do I earn merit is I build these programs that in 10 years are going to like revolutionize our fucking country. And then now they mog the shit out of us because every single person above the local level is like invested in long-term planning, you know?
Yeah. Another part of it that would just, like, speed up the thing, like, of course, that has wide popularity is just getting money out of the politics and capping donations and spending for campaigns to, like, some ridiculously low number, like 10 grand. Because, like, a big problem with, like, traditional liberal politicians, too, is even the ones who want to do stuff and maybe have good intentions trying, even though they can't really do anything good because they're liberals, they can't do anything because they have to spend, like, 5 of their 6 years fundraising. And then 1 of those 6 years running again to get reelected. Because the budget for their campaign has to be like $1 billion fucking dollars, basically.
Or this is crazy, right? But maybe corporations aren't classified as people anymore.
Yeah, that too. That too.
You know,
both. Yeah, like, because like, let's be real. If all politicians could only spend $10K on their campaigns and PACs were illegal so that you didn't have outside sources spending money to promote candidates, damn, like, every politician would spend, like, 1 week per year fundraising. It would just be what it is. And, like, politics would be a little more normal.
Never said politicians were endorsing it.
Then what's the mainstream left?
So you have activists
Great question.
whose ideology aligns with politicians who are
You'd
courting
say that those
votes.
activists identify with the Democratic Party, the
No,
ones that
I
are
would say
committing
that the
violence.
Democratic Party courts
Because let
their
me
vote.
tell you, the leftists that you could talk to, not the biggest fans of
Is
the Democratic Party.
Party in favor of Black Lives Matter?
No.
I would say yeah. I'd
Were
say
the
even
rioters
most
supporters?
moderate.
I wouldn't even agree with that. No! No, they were begrudgingly, like, making conceits that they walked back instantly.
Black Lives Matter is low-key lived up anyway. What it really should be is white lives don't matter. So
That would be really funny. But no, like, I would say, like, even protester demands that were capitulated to, they walked that shit back the moment the cameras weren't on them. Because, like, yeah, in Minnesota where they burned down that police precinct, they famously made a bunch of police budget cuts. 2 years later, they undid those cuts and then gave them like 50% more money on top of that.
I mean, they do that every time. In Memphis, they had like the Tyree Nichols got murdered by the police. There was a whole like investigation into our police force. They made all these recommendations, invested all this money into this whole thing, and then the Memphis police force goes, "Yeah, we're not doing any of that." And then that was it. That was the end of it.
That was it. We don't push back at all.
Yeah.
I'd say actual moderates,
Absolutely.
not right-leaning conservatives who
Were-
claim to
were
be
the-
moderates.
were the riots
Usually
based
those
off of-
people also
Get him!
agree that police violence is something that should be
Were
discouraged.
the riots Black Lives Matter motivated?
They were motivated.
By Black Lives Matter. So that ideology is espoused by...
No,
so
the
my point is
Black
this.
Lives Matter is not encouraging violence.
I didn't
Black
say
Lives
they were.
Matter is recognizing systemic inequality
Never said
where
they
it
were.
happens.
They were telling people to go be violent. I'm saying that there are violent individuals, and with the riots, a lot of them, which we've seen.
Can you tell me
how
who
about this?
Tell me who Chris Ray is. Do you know who Chris Ray is?
Explain it to me.
Well, you have a show talking about politics every day. I would think that you know. But Chris Ray was the former.
Bro, doesn't know the
You have a
fucking
point to make. Let's
CIA
make
Yes, sir.
director
Yes, sir.
is.
Yes.
That I told you, he's unfucking believably stupid. Yeah, that's unreal. Yeah, and look, we had evidence that a lot of so when the rioting started in the BLM protests back in 2020, they were started by police escalating violence and protesters working to protect themselves and others in a reaction. started by right-wing agitators infiltrating the groups and starting violence, or police officers infiltrating groups and starting the violence. Like, it was so well documented.
Yeah, no, this is just like automatically. This is why you don't let people who dropped out of middle school have political shows, is because like you can't answer simple shit like who the FBI director is. Like, this is like very reminiscent of the whole like thing that just happened with Candace Owens, where she's like, name the 7 things, and he can't name fucking one. Like, you just know nothing about anything you're fucking talking about. You're just an entitled white man who just fucking says shit and just like
Somehow became a multimillionaire.
Out bullshit, and now you just like get aggressive and be belligerent, and people just fucking believe you until you finally come across someone who's willing to be like, hold up, you're really dumb.
I just don't know. How did he build a whole career? How did he become a multimillionaire just talking out of his ass?
Bro's job is to talk about politics, and he doesn't know simple stuff like who the people in our government are.
Yeah, that's this is actually pretty emblematic of like how deteriorated the political conversation in America really became, especially on the right-wing sphere of things, is they lean so heavily into culture war, virtue signaling nonsense as being the dominant form of conversation that the voter base that like these people, they don't care either, because the only thing that they're interested in, and the only thing the talking heads like Tim Pool that they listen to are interested in, is what about men in my women's sports I don't watch? What happens when Hulk Hogan competes in the women's tennis league? What happens to my women's tennis I don't watch?
Yeah. No, it's so insane. It's just they're all so incredibly stupid, but that's I guess the reason that they're, hold the ideologies they have.
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting because the capitalists are actually like very well coordinated and planned out and smart at like controlling us, but then they utilize like the stupidest people to give it like this air of ignorance and like stupidity. It's kind of genius. They like do like really crazy good planning to like keep us divided and exploited and shit. And then it's just like the people, pushing their narrative are just the dumbest humans on the planet.
No, we've seen Tim Pool, and if you're a Tim Pool fan, I'm sorry, you're lobotomized.
I mean, we're talking literally. He just showcased he doesn't know the representatives in office. He doesn't even know who the fuck the FBI director is, and his job is to talk about politics. Like, if you like Tim Pool, if you think Tim Pool has good political opinions, you deadass might have gotten a lobotomy and you might not know it. Like,
yeah, that, or you're also in middle school. And you're just relating to one of your peers mentally.
Dropped out of middle school, yeah.
Yeah, dropped out of middle school. The only fucking thing Tim Pool ever talks about is left-wing violence that doesn't exist, trans people, and civil war that never comes.
So Chris Wray was the former FBI director under Donald Trump's first term.
Yep.
He said that he even agreed with the findings from both the congressional research session that right-wing violence is way more proliferate in this country than left-wing violence.
That's not meaningful to a voter. Let me explain. The Republican Party rejects neo-Nazism, correct?
No, Donald Trump invited Nick Fuentes to have dinner with him, with Kanye West.
So tell me one politician who went out and campaigned for the neo-Nazi vote.
I'm blanking on his name, but Gozar in
Is that a
in
mainstream
Arizona.
view in these?
Doug, that is the most stupid defense of Tim Pool ever. You're saying Tim Pool didn't know who he was talking about because he goes by Christopher Wray instead of him asking, or because he asked for who Chris Wray is? Are you Are you for real?
No, he's about to not know who even more people are. Like, he's just genuinely so stupid. Look at his face. Like, look at his puffy, dumb face right now. You think that someone looks...
Well, we could talk about Gozar. We could talk about Matt Gaetz. We could
Yeah, exactly. Like,
talk about...
Matt Gaetz is not endorsing neo-Nazism. And Donald Trump
Are
said
you kidding me?
Nazis should...
Matt Gaetz literally does! What? Oh, god damn. Also, Matt Gaetz is a fucking pedophile!
Yeah, but let's play defense for Matt Gaetz.
Yeah, you're playing defense for a fucking pedophile!
A Nazi
He's
pedophile.
No, he's literally partnering with the America First movement. He was
America
a
First
chosen...
and neo-Nazism are totally different.
Bro, so you don't think do you think Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi? I forgot you've had him on your show. Oh my god, I literally forget.
I wouldn't describe Nick Fuentes as a neo.
Nick Fuentes describes himself as a Nazi!
I love Hitler, but I'm not a Nazi.
That's so dumb. This isn't even the first right-wing, like, talking head that we've heard try and claim Nick Fuentes isn't a Nazi. Nick Fuentes calls himself a Nazi. Oh my god.
Nazi.
You don't think that Nick Fuentes celebrating Adolf Hitler is not neo-Nazi adjacent?
I think you have to be very specific on what your terms are. And so when you go to an American voter and say something like...
This is our moderate, by the way, everybody. This is our moderate.
Indeed.
Keep going.
So
Indeed.
when you go to a regular American and ask them what is meaningful to them in terms of an election, you don't have Democrats or Republicans endorsing violence. But you also don't have... Charlie Kirk's a good example. He threw out Nick Fuentes. He threw out white identitarians, white nationalists from his events. They were not welcome. That's mainstream. You don't have riots coming from the Republican Party and the right, although you do have January...
No, just because Charlie Kirk did the, like, smooth calls for violence. The only reason he disavowed people like Nick Fuentes is because he wasn't tactful about his calls to violence. There was no deniability. He was like, no, I need better allies. I need smarter allies. I need allies that I could turn to and go, he didn't call for violence. I can't turn to Nick Fuentes and go, he doesn't call for violence, because he openly does, just like your dumbass does.
6 and things like that. When you take a look at the shootings of the Tesla facilities, the execution of Aaron Danielson, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and one of the attempted assassinations on Donald Trump, not the Pennsylvania one, you can see the underlying ideologies overlap with the Democratic Party.
None of the people who tried to assassinate Donald Trump were left-wing. They were all previous Trump voters. Even the fucking Ukraine-obsessed guy who didn't get even close and was, like, taken down at the golf course, he voted for Trump and was just mad that Trump didn't give Ukraine $1 bajillion.
It's crazy how, like, you lie and you deceive people and you ruin their lives time and time and time again, and then, like, they want to kill you. It's really weird how that works, but...
Yeah.
When you take a look at, like, Nick Fuentes, he's opposed to the Republican Party. He's been actively endorsing Democrats right now.
He's been saying...
Yeah, because the only reason is because he's so anti-Semitic that he can't stand that the Republicans are sucking Netanyahu's dick harder than the Democrats right now. That's the only reason. That's the only reason!
The Republican Party is
And
too
again,
left for him.
they're all the same capitalist fucks. Like,
They are.
it's...
Yeah, and that's why
This
Nick
is such
Fuentes
a just
is fine with it.
stupid nonsense conversation to
It
even
is.
have mainstream right-wing versus mainstream Democrats. They're the same thing, to be clear. Mainstream Democrats and mainstream Republicans are the exact same thing. There's, like...
They really are.
It's not that he's opposed
That's
to the
my
Republican
point.
Party.
Or I would say they have been. I'll say now I believe the Republican Party is more the fascism party, and the Democratic Party is just the neoliberal party for the most part. So I think there's a little bit of a distinction, but of course liberals are the stepping stones for fascists. So
Yeah.
they're enablers.
Yeah.
This is literally my point.
No,
Nick
but-
Fuentes comes out and says, do not vote for Trump.
What-
The mainstream
when-
Republican
when
Party
you-
is at odds
I know
with
he
these
has a
people.
tantrum, but I don't know
again,
when it
if
happens.
you're looking at all of the empirical data, the violence is way more on the right.
But
so
that's not
you
the
can say what
claim.
your feelings are. You
That's
can
not
say
my
that.
feeling nor the claim.
No,
it is
that-
not
Oh,
meaningful
he's walking it back. He's about to walk it back, Sky.
to a voter to say we don't like neo-Nazis and white supremacists because the
It's
Republican
meaningful
Party
to say.
is not saying
It's
they want a
meaningful to
white
say.
America.
Let's be objective of where the violence is coming from, and if it's more substantially coming from the right, that is a problem that
but
needs to be
it's
tackled.
not coming from Charlie Kirk.
Okay,
who
we're
was
not
killed.
talking about Charlie Kirk. We're talking
No,
about
we
the
are,
overall
Charlie. We are
ideologies.
not. In fact, we're not.
So you're telling
That's
me
not my claim.
You're telling me that the prioritization of hierarchies, both ethnic, both cultural, that is not a dangerous ideology. But
never said
something like
that.
BLM that says, hey, maybe we should take back police violence. Maybe we should have accountability for people who are in charge of certain aspects of our nation, committing violence on citizens. Those are absolutely completely different ideologies. And the fact that you're saying
they are
it is more
different.
motivating for violence, that the left wing is encouraging people to take those that are committing violence accountable.
In the
that
last 10
absolutely is not
years,
more.
there have been over 465 incidents of left-motivated political violence that aligns with the Democratic Party and
I like the fact check that came up here. No credible standardized data set substantiates over 465 instances of Democratic aligned or mainstream left political violence in the past decade. In reference to this claim, party leadership repudiation cannot consistently be used to exclude right-wing violence while attributing all left-coded violence to Democrats.
there's been one on the Republican side, which is January 6th, which admittedly is particularly egregious. January 6th was, that's why we talk about blunt versus acute. Now, the problem is, I already know what all you're going to say. You're going to cite FBI stats and Cato, but it's not meaningful to me or any voter to
Cato is a right-wing organization. Like, what?
Literally a right-wing institute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like, actually, where did he just pull this 465 to 1 number? He just ripped that out of his asshole. He didn't cite anything. He didn't. No.
Trust me, bro. I'm a political commentator. Anything I say is fact.
Yes, like,
Tell me why
did you individually research all 466 of these cases and determine that one of them was Republican and the other 465 were Democrat aligned? Like, how did you get this subset of numbers? Because it literally seems like you just said some shit.
Yeah, and also, to, like, a broader point, how did you define left-wing versus right-wing? Because you could just call, like, if you were trying to be particularly biased in one way, you could just call all liberals right-wing, because on the grand spectrum, they are kind of right-wing.
I have this thing, I'm gonna make a post about this today. It's like, it's been pissing me off so much lately. It's like, I say free Palestine and every anti-Semite is like, yeah, that's my guy. I say, like, talk about leftism, these liberals come in my fucking chat talking about how they agree with me. Like, all of you go fuck yourselves. All of you go fuck yourselves. We're not, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I told you this happened. I was just playing fucking in my like Kingdom Come Deliverance in my playthrough of that game, and I got some anti-Semitic trolls in my chat because I put like I have a Jewish stepbrother blushing face. And because, like, my character, Henry, in the game, I found out I had a Jewish stepbrother in the game. And just because Jewish was in the title of my stream, anti-Semites came in to harass me.
Of course.
Yeah. It's wild. They flock to that shit.
Supremacists are violent because I don't like white supremacists, nor will I vote for them. And more importantly, you bring up Nick Fuentes. He is not aligned with Republicans, and he's advocated against them.
I think for somebody who has,
don't like him.
I think for somebody who has a political show where you talk about this stuff every day, you are completely misreading the conversation when you're saying that those that are engaged in like civil disobedience are like
I'm not talking
Democrat
about civil
voters.
disobedience.
You're telling me
You're
that those
misframing
people
what
are
I'm saying.
canvassing for Democratic
Never
politicians,
said that.
which is
I'm
absolutely
actually,
not true.
Absolutely in favor of
That
canvassing.
is what you
I'm in
said.
favor of protesting.
I'm not saying
for
that
racial-
I'm not saying that you're against that.
So
but I'm
don't,
saying
don't try and frame my argument like I'm upset with protests, because
No.
I've defended Black Lives Matter blocking streets. I've defended left-aligned progressive groups like anti-capitalist groups blocking streets and environmental groups. I stand with
What
civil
about the people who
disobedience.
drive trucks into those protests? Are they not mainstream right aligned?
Yeah, like we also had some guy like on the climate. It was like 2 or 3 years ago. There was a Canadian climate activism blockade on a street, and I think it was an American executed one of the Canadians for blocking the street. He just like got out of his car, walked up and shot them, and then got back in his car and drove like over them.
And I've defended them every single time.
So-
If you want
I also don't think that's true. I don't think... I've seen Tim Pool getting mad at the street blocking. I've seen Tim Pool also defend the people busting through by saying they have to, like, interpret them as attacking them. That, like, driving through them is self-defense. Because you don't know if you're gonna get dragged out of your car.
Yeah, I would believe that he says some stupid shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, what is mainstream is the stupidest pedantic. We knew he was going to use that as a deflection. We knew he was going to use that as a deflection.
road,
What is it that you're saying is more violent on the left? You mentioned Black Lives Matter. You mentioned these
Let's
protests.
talk about the Tesla facilities being unloaded upon or shot up, right?
Dude,
These are motivated.
every example he's given is objects being damaged.
Because that's violence to a capitalist. Human lives don't matter. Capital matters. You know, that's really what this is. Violence to a capitalist fuckface is when you damage money. It's not when you kill people. So, of course, he cares about stupid fucking Tesla facilities getting shot up. Burn them to the fucking ground.
For real.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Like, who the fuck gives a shit if you burn everything Elon Musk's owned to the fucking ground? That's not violence. Nobody fucking cares.
It's vandalism. It's destruction of property, but it's not violence. It's not even like a social violence or a systemic violence, because it's not hurting or harming people like even like down the line outside of just damaging Elon Musk's checkbook.
And even when we talk about these protests and the examples he gives, you know, burning down precincts or doing whatever, a lot of this could be even classified, even if we wanted to say it's a form of violence, I would classify most of that as self-defense. You know, when a state is systemically doing violence against you, and then you do violence back to the state, what is that? They started it. If I kill your whole fucking family, if I'm walking around doming your fucking neighbors and then you murk me on sight, what the fuck? Is that not reasonable?
Yeah, I would agree, but even then, like, I don't think I would even call it, like I don't even know if it's self-defense even, because I don't think it's violence at all. Because, like, self-defense even implies that it's justifiable violence. I think it's just protest. It's just protest. Like, destruction of economic means, obstruction of economic means, is the only way you can protest under capitalism.
Yeah. Yeah,
at least
commodity
it's real.
fetishism to the max for real, actually.
Yeah,
where it's capital as violence but you bring up examples of like actual humans being hurt. And it's like, that's, you know, one, that's not mainstream right wing. Also, too, like, that's not as bad of violence. The real violence is when there's a BLM protest and some dude's sports bar gets vandalized, or Elon Musk's fucking slave factory gets shot up. Like, that's violence. Yeah, exactly.
You will hear from
Fuck
Elizabeth
cameras.
Warren. Now, of course, she's not telling people to shoot anybody, but she is coming out saying Elon Musk is a dangerous threat to this country. And then you end up with someone going and pulling a rifle up and shooting up a Tesla.
When you understand that the right always says politicians are not responsible for individual actions. Elizabeth Warren saying, hey, maybe we should have the same sort of economic policies they have in Scandinavia.
Why was Aaron
that is not her
Danielson
encouraging, go shoot up a Tesla facility.
Why was
Where
Aaron
Donald Trump saying, let's hang the people, let's hang the people who encouraged those in the military to actually fulfill their duties. That is completely...
My claim is not that the right is completely
innocent. He's the
innocent.
leader of the Republican Party, my dude.
And I
to say that these are equivocable at all is completely
I condemn
false.
100% what Donald Trump said, calling for the death of those politicians.
Jesus Christ. He's getting decimated so far.
Yeah, he's just like taking the left. He's taking the left, and he's to try and defend from it. He just keeps leaning into it. He's like, the hand's gonna get tired. The hand's gonna get tired. I'll keep blocking with my face.
We have to move on.
Great to meet you, Tam.
Likewise.
Why was
If you'd
that
like
clock
to be the
not
next
moving the whole
debater,
time?
get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
Hi.
What I find really interesting is the whole premise of like the Occupy Wall Street movement was to protest, right?
Indeed.
It was specifically geared towards making sure that the general public was understanding the situation at the time, which had a lot to do with anti-capitalist motives, right? And so when we're talking about who's more violent than who, we have to be very specific that
You know what?
the
You know what? This is
violence
Tim Pool.
that
I can't
is,
hide my
recorded in the
bald
data
pride.
is not
He's ashamed of his
ideological
shiny
violence.
head.
It's not
I'm
this,
not.
like rhetoric. It has to be evidentiary. So if you're going to say like, oh, Black Lives Matter, and any leftists that are associated with that are automatically violent, that's just not the case.
I didn't say that.
But that's what you're implying.
No, I'm implying.
This man, he knows what he's doing, but then just like is like, no, I'm autistic in my interpretation. What I say is literal, and there is no subtext. There's no implication. I only say what I mean, and I only mean what I say.
He's just dishonest. I mean, that's literally all it is he's just like extraordinarily dishonest. It's that simple. Like he like you said, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's just doing this bullshit where he makes a claim. Like I told you, this whole thing is going to be him making claims and then walking them back to more defendable positions. Because guess what? That's literally the only thing he can fucking do is just lie.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
And every time you catch him in a lie, he goes, that's not what I mean. That's not what I said. That's not what I mean. That's not what I meant.
That's not what I said. Yeah. I would literally, if I default debate this guy, I would just have to bring a recorder. Like,
yeah, you just go. And then you go, oh, really? Yeah, that's all you have to do. It would be ridiculous.
In this country, overwhelmingly, the underlying ideology aligns with the mainstream left ideology of this country.
But what you're saying in your prompt that you wrote is that the left is more violent than the right.
The mainstream political left commits more violence than the mainstream political right.
Right, the mainstream. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the data is not showing that that is the actual evidence. If
it
you're
does,
talking, no, it doesn't.
It does. My team has put together over 10 years
75 to
465
80% of violence.
Where is he getting that number? He just said it again. Like, what the fuck? I've never heard that anywhere except from his mouth.
Well, his team has put together the data over the last 10 years. You see his team of, like, geniuses and mathematicians and statisticians he has, they put together, they compiled this data, obviously meticulously went over every single case, right? Over the past 10 years, right? So, you know, you just suck a dick, libtard. Like, don't question what his team put together. All right?
That is being tracked as domestic terrorism comes from the right. It's white supremacist groups.
And white
she got fact-checked in the, like, what she's saying is correct. The fact check came up for her, and it's like, yup, checks out. She exists in reality. She's using the data, provided by right-wing institutions that says that these right-wingers are doing this.
They just need instead of fact-checking when it's true, they should just get a based stamp. and just stamps face.
Just fucking Mao Zedong flies across the screen.
Yeah.
Supremacists are not in a large political party getting voted for.
Yes, they are. The
They're not.
Republican Party is very largely right wing. It is very far right.
But they're not white supremacists, nor would
Yes,
nor are
they
the
are.
Americans
Yes, they
voting
are.
for Republican Party.
Yes, they are.
Bro! Actually, he dropped out of middle school. He probably doesn't know what the cornerstone speech is. Right? Like he...
Like he's just being dishonest. Who is the fucking president right now? You know? Like, how is the mainstream Republican Party not white supremacist?
Yeah.
How is the mainstream Republican Party not neo-Nazi? How is the mainstream Republican Party not white evangelical nationalists? Like, this is the mainstream Republican Party now. And if you claim otherwise, you are just being dishonest. Because look who's president and look who the Republicans vote with consistently time and time and time and time again on every single issue. It doesn't matter if it's exposing pedophiles. It doesn't matter if it's expanding budgets to people who are going to go door to door and pull people out of their homes who are not even illegal fucking immigrants, who are here legally, who are going to kill our own fucking citizens, shoot down anyone in the fucking streets, murder people for whatever fucking reason. Who is the party that is consistently supporting expanding those budgets? You know, who is this party who's consistently supporting the bombing of fucking elementary schools overseas? Like, they are the right-wing party. Like you said earlier, it used to be that the Democrats and the Republicans were the same fucking people. They're all neoliberals, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, the mainstream Republican Party is white evangelical nationalists. They are a fascist party. They are right-wing extremists. And now the Overton window has been shifted so far right that the Democrats are now just neoliberals. They are just capitalists.
Yeah. Really, back in the day, before Trump, the only dividing line between Republicans and Democrats was, we are capitalists that think gay and black people can also be wage slaves.
Yeah,
and the Republicans were just like, we think queer and colored people should just be actual slaves. That was the only dividing line. Dividing line.
Yeah, liberals were basically just like, capitalism is good when your oppressor is a black woman.
Yeah.
That's when capitalism is good. And then Republicans were like, no, capitalism is good when black women stay in ghetto and can't live.
Yeah. Because, like, I mean, when was the Cornerstone when was the Cornerstone address? Like, what year was that?
Oh, fucking keyboard's not even hooked up. I'm dumb.
Or my bad, not the Cornerstone speech. I'm using the wrong thing. That was the Confederate vice president speech. Oh yeah, and I used the wrong one. You probably know what it is. The speech from the Republican chief coordinator. I think it was directly after the Civil Rights Movement.
Wait, are you talking about Reagan's economic advisor?
Maybe it was Reagan's economic advisor.
The one where he says, "Don't say N-word, N-word,
yeah,
N-word."
that one. Yeah, that's the one I meant, not the Cornerstone.
That was in 1970.
That's what I thought. I was like, it was late 60s or early 70s.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 1970 or maybe late 60s.
There was a specific name for that conference speech. I brain mugged it because my brain was goopy, but I just confused it with another racist speech.
Lee Atwater, 1981.
Yeah, the Lee Atwater speech.
Okay, so this is way later than we thought. 1981. So this is after Reagan, basically. But
yeah.
He was one of, I believe he was Reagan's economic advisor.
Yeah, here we go. We'll just play, because it's very short. We'll just play this. This has been their game plan for more than 50 years. Here, from their own...
Not economic advisor. He was just Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush's advisors, not economic. Okay.
Yeah, this was their actual official strategy, the Southern strategy.
As a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger nigger, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
That's been the official strategy.
Like, dude.
Since the 80s. Before that.
The idea, too, that this is, like, getting rid of racism. Like, yeah, our economic policies, you know, we don't say N-word, N-word, N-word. We say we're going to do these economic policies that we full well know that they're going to affect minority populations way more than they affect white people. But, like, that's not racism because it's abstract. Like, you're such a fucking piece of shit, dude.
Well, he was saying that, like, the intention is that it hurts black people. The intention,
yeah,
but you can't claim it
it's no longer racism because it's abstract.
Yeah, you can't claim racism anymore because he's just like, it's racism, but it's smart racism. It's so like, this has been the strategy to claim that Republicans are not white supremacists, that Republicans are not racists. No, it's been the game. It's been on the front fold of their strategy for longer than either of us have been alive, almost by fucking double.
Literally.
Because they
what do
want
you
white
think
supremacy.
"Make America Great Again" means?
I think it means making the economy improve. I think it means building our cultural institutions.
If that was true, we'd go back to the top marginal tax bracket of 1952. If that's all that it meant, we'd have a 92% top marginal tax bracket.
Yeah, I don't understand how starting wars of aggression we don't need to be in that are ruining our economy, actually having one of the worst economies in American history that is being propped up by literally just an AI bubble that is going to collapse very soon because AI is not nearly as profitable as it was touted to be, and it's consistently
doesn't
not
have
being
utility either, really. Yeah.
Like this just absolutely horrific economy. Like, this was the goal of America First. Totally was not to continue American imperialism and aggression and spread it even further, but was totally to improve the American economy through stupid-ass fucking ways, in which we do American imperialism and aggression even harder.
Yeah, the only way you could call this actually following America Great Again is if the specific time period you were talking about was like 1925. Like the year before the Great Depression, when all of the capitalist barons owned like literally everything and had successfully destroyed the country.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Well, you can
According to what time?
Probably
probably the 80s because Trump's an old man.
I
would say the 90s.
seriously
80s.
doubt he
90s
meant
were
that.
What speech did we just listen to?
It's fucking crazy, dog. He actually doesn't know about the Lee Atwater thing at all.
Oh my god.
80s. He's much older than the 80s.
Well, your interpretation of Donald Trump's opinions is
Yeah, let's see. Wouldn't Trump have been born in?
Dude, Trump was born in like the 40s.
Yeah,
okay?
I was gonna say 47.
He's an old
47.
fuck. Trump might have been alive during goddamn World War II. Like, I don't. When is Trump? How old is Trump?
I think 47 is when he was born, which means he would have been like a young adult in the 60s.
$1946. Okay, so
Okay,
he was
year
born.
older than even I thought.
Yeah, so he was born the year after World War II ended. Like, that's how fucking ancient this goddamn old racist bitch is. Like, fuck me.
And once
Holy
again,
shit.
he's like this rich fucking socialite who lived through the golden era of American capitalism, who lived through a 92% marginal tax rate.
Dude, it can't get any worse. Donald Trump has openly said in a fucking this is how goddamn stupid Republicans are. Donald Trump has openly said in an interview in the past, if he was ever going to run for political office, he would run as a Republican because Republicans are so dumb he could do whatever the fuck he wanted. He has openly said on air that he has walked into changing rooms of underage women and looked at their fucking bodies before. Like, this man self-reports on live television on a regular basis throughout all of his adult fucking life. And the Republicans just don't give a singular shit that he badmouths them. They don't give a singular shit that he's openly a violent fucking sex offender. They don't give a singular shit that he's anti-constitutional, that he promotes violence, that he doesn't care about our troops, that he wants to fucking have his aides blown up in Air Force One instead of him.
Yeah,
Like,
I was going to say, you don't even have to go that far back. We could just go, like, last week. Yeah, like, and that's the beautiful thing about Trump, is he's so constantly doing these things. It's not like we're harping on one thing from his past. You could just look at any time in his career from a week ago and go, there's some fuck shit he was saying that should disqualify anyone from liking him. Oh, 2 weeks back, he said some fuck shit. 3 weeks back, he said some fuck shit. 4 weeks back, fuck shit. He said, like, he doesn't care about affordability and shit, like, every week for the last year at this point.
Dude, he just the other day got interviewed about the military members that are getting fed fucking rotten meat and stuff.
And
he
jumping
said,
off their
no. He said, no, that's not happening. They're getting the treatment that they deserve.
I put all the military members that voted Democrat on one boat, and I'm fucking sending them kibble on purpose.
Like, it's so fucking insane.
separate from when we see a riot, what is motivating the riot? When we
His
see
opinions
an
lead his
assassination.
policies, don't they?
Indeed, and
Wouldn't you say that's what
no one
politics
here is
is all
making the
about?
claim that Donald Trump is innocent, nor does he not have individuals who would
But
engage
you're
in
attempting
violence
to
based
make
on
a
similar
claim
ideologies.
that his type of ideology that leads his
Good one,
policy
Logan.
is not nearly as violent as the left,
Well, how
which
many
is
riots have there been from the right?
largely anti-capitalist, which is largely anti-fascist. None of
Wow, I'm surprised no one's pointed out that you keep just talking about property destruction. That's not violence. Vandalism is not violence, because he really only keeps talking about vandalism.
How many riots? How many riots? How many riots have there been? How many riots have there been?
what you're saying makes any sense. It sounds like
It
you're
does.
honestly grifting a lot.
How many Republican riots have there been?
Call it.
I don't know the
Is it
exact
one?
number.
Maybe one in
But what are you
January 6th, which is a
classifying as a
bad one.
riot? What? Because if you're
Let's say-
conflating
let's say-
protesting with rioting,
We're not.
that's a very different
No,
thing.
we're talking specifically about people ransacking Tesla facilities, vehicles, charging
You're
stations.
so obsessed.
The Tesla thing wasn't even part of a protest or a riot. Wasn't that just one like a group of 1 to 3 people doing like coordinated vandalism.
Dude, I'd call this shit out so fucking fast. Like, he really is just obsessed with property damage. What about the riots? What about all the left-wing riots?
Who the
What
fuck
about,
was hurt? Name the
vandalism?
human being that was hurt. Name them.
Yeah.
Name them!
With the
I
Tesla
would
thing.
literally,
Why don't we
like,
actually talk
we're
about-
talking
It
about
might be because
violence.
someone
know
took
if
a
Musk-
rifle and
I
started
don't know if
shooting up a
Musk
building.
is like investing in your company or something, but let's like remove the Tesla out of it. That has nothing to do with what your actual prompt is saying.
no, that's
It
actually what my
sounds-
claim is.
No, it sounds a lot
Oh?
like
Well, then you're arguing
you
something else.
decided, No,
You're arguing something else. The prompt should have been, the left does more property damage than the right does. And even then,
Literally.
you'd be fucking wrong!
Literally. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Everything he brings up is property damage. I hope she's about to say that.
Yeah, someone
arguing
needs to
something else
say
because
that.
I
it
am
sounds
arguing
like you
something
went
else from you.
Somebody who was doing really important work in Occupy Wall Street to then
Which is what?
grifting all the way to defending
the important
far-right
work?
people. That's crazy.
What was the important work?
What important work?
You said I was doing
in terms of Occupy Wall Street,
Yes.
I think, you know, in terms of that movement, I thought it was it was one of the first times in our generation that we were able to see an actual organization against capitalism.
Can I ask you how old you are?
No, you cannot ask me how old
Were
I
you
am.
politically active during Occupy Wall Street?
Yes, I was.
Did you follow the news about me during Occupy Wall Street?
Not specifically.
And the news was that Occupy denounced the violence. I had filmed leftists deflating police tires who physically attacked me, and I was attacked by a masked individual smacking my camera out of his hand. Occupy
so this is a
Wall
personal
Street
vendetta for you
then
because
gave
a
me
single
indeed.
person
If
or
you're
a
if you're
small
getting
group of
emotional about
people-
this and you don't want to have an argument,
I'm not
that's
gonna-
fine.
Do I look emotional, guys?
Oh, I got it. I got the attacks women. I got it. Look, I can't have a conversation with this irrational woman. She's being emotional. She's probably on her period.
I just can't. He's still only talking about property damage. They're deflating police tires. They smacked my camera. None of this is violence. Not a single thing you have brought up at any singular point has been violence. Violence to you is when people deflate police tires. That's violence to you. Meanwhile, these people are talking about actual domestic terrorism. They're talking about people being murdered. They're talking about fucking school shootings and
Also,
shit.
You're
And
being
you're like,
a narc.
"They deflate tires."
You're being a narc filming people deflating police tires. Maybe that's why someone smacked the camera out of your hand. You fucking bitch ass narc.
Yeah, maybe stop being such a little fucking bitch. I mean, yeah.
You do
I feel pretty
because
relaxed.
you don't know what happened during Occupy, and your argument is off because you don't.
This honestly sounds like you
Okay,
have
pause,
a personal vendetta
pause.
from your history
Not an argument.
that has
Pause here.
absolutely nothing with what your
an
actual
argument.
prompt
You have to
is, which
pause
is
it here.
Not an
around
argument.
You have to
far-right people
pause.
being much more violent than the
argument.
left.
We have to pause. Love the passion, but pause. All right.
I hate the moderators in these things.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
You got it. Nice
Wow,
to meet
these
you.
people are so
How's it
so
going?
chill on the journey to
I think
the
we
chair.
should just get to the heart of it. Donald Trump is a fascist. He has Nazis in his administration. His entire messaging was resonating with Nazis from the very beginning. Donald Trump, when rallying for 2024, had a
Please,
massive
boys.
rally in Madison Square Garden. What was the
I was
significance
thinking
of
the
that
same
rally?
thing.
You tell me.
Also, he's
Yeah,
got
it's the same
chill
place,
dad
same
drip.
date as the Nazis in the 1940s. Literally. Donald Trump said that immigrants are poisoning the blood of America and their environment. Who also said that?
You tell me.
Hitler. Literally. Donald Trump has openly said things as dark.
During his first term, he quoted Mussolini like 5 times. Like, on purpose.
He's just so blatantly a fascist. I mean, like I said, Tim Pool is just a liar and a grifter.
Yeah.
Like, it's just such blatant. Yeah.
Please, someone bring up the property thing, though.
Whistles. So you may say that it's not mainstream, but the entire ideology of the right speaks to those people.
Let me ask you, what do you mean by fascist?
Far right, authoritarian, ultra nationalistic. 14 tenets of fascism,
I mean,
all that.
but there's a specific definition of fascist. Do you just mean
No,
that?
there's
No,
not.
there's actually not.
Yeah,
There's
that's
actually not.
there's famously not. Famously not.
Like 90% of political scholars disagree about the definition of fascism. There is not a definition of fascism. That's actually a really big criticism of people using the word, is that you can basically call fucking anything fascist because there's not really a solid definition of fucking fascism. But some of the things that people have agreed on are at least aspects of fascism are things this guy Santana just brought up.
Yeah,
You know?
he said the 14 points. He brought up the 14 points.
And everyone agrees those are, on varying levels, different aspects of fascism. Not all of them need to exist, but, you know, that these, everyone at least agrees that these are aspects.
Yeah, the more of them you check off, the more likely you're fascist.
Yes, yeah.
He's an authoritarian?
No, I mean that he meets all 14 tenets of fascism.
Which is what?
You want to go through all 14 points?
I don't. I'm trying to understand your argument. But so my
Does
point.
he? There's no fucking way he doesn't know the 14 points. There's no.
No, he doesn't, because he didn't graduate the 8th fucking grade. He is a political commentator who has zero idea what he's talking about. He doesn't know who the FBI director is. He doesn't even know any basic discourse around what fascism is. He doesn't know what violence is. Like, he literally has zero fucking idea what he's talking about. He pulls statistics out of his asshole. Just straight up out of his fucking asshole. Like, nothing. Nothing he says makes any sense.
Largely, as we see people say Trump is a fascist, but there's, you know, if you go to an academic and you look at fascism, say Italy, there's a common argument that you have the merger of corporation and state as the defining.
He literally forced Intel to give him shares. He forced Intel to give him shares in exchange for government money.
You gotta be fucking me right now. Not only that, he has a stake in Axon, and he's giving Axon every single government fucking contract possible. Every single surveillance, military equipment, police equipment, body cams, Axon. He's not using the previous fucking infrastructure they already have, and he's instead giving those contracts to Axon. Everything he does is merging corporatism with his fucking office.
Yeah.
If that's your definition of fascism, he definitely meets that motherfucker.
He's doing it like in spades. Like, you're right. Axon, Intel, he also is indirectly doing it by having his other oligarch cronies take over portions of media, like CNN. CNN just got fucking approved on a merger basically entirely on the precondition that it was only two, was the guy's name, I'm bad at this, is it Larry Ellison? Is that his name? Or is that the Oracle guy?
I think that's the Oracle guy.
Yeah, I can't remember. But it was like the merger, there's like been like 3 media mergers. Yeah, okay. I can't remember who they offshore or like gave CNN to then.
They gave them to the Warner Bros.
Yeah. The Warner Bros merger basically only happened because it was going to happen with a Trump allied like oligarch.
Yeah, it was this big Skydance whatever, where it was Paramount, Skydance, CNN, like all this different shit that the Warner Bros got to take over basically in conjunction with the Trump family. Exactly. Yeah. And that's like everything they do is somehow the Trump's family is involved with like every fucking subsidy and contract that goes out where they benefit from it. I mean, it's just look at how much he's profited while in office. The idea that he isn't merging government with corporatism while he's profited hundreds of billions of dollars, eat a fucking dick. Like, you're lying out your ass.
He's selling early access to his fucking tweets for $100,000 a month. Because his tweets affect the economy so much.
yeah, like at least his net worth has grown $4.1 billion, and he's directly profited at least $2.2 billion from being in office. Like, eat a fucking dick. You know, like
that's
literally
insane claim. Insane claim
Yeah.
that's not.
Element of what
I've
fascism is.
directly profited
There's
$2
different
billion,
forms of
and I'm not
right?
merging.
Well,
Yeah,
and that's the point. That's
The
why I asked.
actual premise is the authoritarian. Donald Trump is absolutely a fascist. He's, like I said, he has Nazis in his administration. I
Like
think
who?
we're shifting. Pete Hegseth.
How is Hegseth?
Hegseth is a Nazi. He is like an evangelical white supremacist Nazi. He believes that we need to fulfill a prophecy to send all the Jews to hell.
See, this is the thing, though, is I need these people to get back on topic. Because
True,
this
yeah.
is going to be a distraction.
This is already a distraction, yeah.
About what is fascism? Is Trump fascist? You know, oh, is Pete Hegseth a Nazi? Like all this distracted conversation to establish the factual premise that the Republican Party is actually way more right-wing than Tim Pool is claiming it to be. He's trying to claim that the Republican Party is quote-unquote moderate, or basically he's trying to claim that the Republican Party is the establishment Democrat Party, which they are not. And it's just going to be an argument over this, where they could much more effectively target this from the point that we talked about earlier, that he's only talking about violence to property.
Yeah.
Okay? And you can try and dismiss all the right-wing violence to people that goes on in our country by claiming that's not mainstream right-wing violence, but then you would just be an absolute fucking liar. So,
yeah.
Literally has a proud Nazi tattoo on his chest.
He does not.
Stephen Miller is absolutely a Nazi. Stephen
Hegseth
Miller
does not have a Nazi tattoo on his chest.
That's yeah.
No,
The-
he does
the
not. He
cross
has a,
on
he
his
has a
chest?
Catholic cross.
He
on
has 3 Nazi tattoos. He has 3 well-known Nazi tattoos. Only one of those 3 has any plausible deniability, and it's I forget the name of it, but it's the something cross, which is commonly used by white supremacists, but is not exclusively a white supremacist tattoo. It's a more dog whistly one. But he has one on his forearm. I don't have these fully memorized of which ones they were, but he has one on his forearm that is nothing but a white supremacist tattoo. And then he has one on his chest, or maybe it was his back. I think the cross was on his chest, actually. The one on the chest is the only one from my memory that has any plausible deniability at all.
yeah, so he has the cross on his chest, which is definitely, I mean, it's definitely Christian white nationalist.
Yeah.
You could say it's not Nazi, but it's definitely Christian
Yeah.
white nationalist. Same thing with Disvolt, a Latin
Disvolt,
phrase
yep.
he has.
That's the
which,
forearm
again,
one, right?
is-
Or bicep.
that is the one. I don't know where that one is. The one on the bicep is kafir, which is basically like anti-Arab or anti-Middle Eastern. It's not necessarily Nazi.
But it's white
That one's
supremacist.
just being like, that one's just being like, kill fucking Muslims, right? So that's what that one is on his bicep. And then the Dust Vault is, again, far-right nationalist, Christian white nationalist shit. So it's just, you know, whether you want to play the fucking nuance of what a Nazi is versus a Christian far-right nationalist, like, that's the game they're playing. But that's all Tim Pool can do here.
Yeah, it's
you know, he
semantics
can't
about,
actually,
technically.
yeah, he can't actually argue about the claim he put forth, or else he will get absolutely fucking dog-walked. So he just has to play a semantics games about, oh, what is it for Pete Hegseth to be a Nazi? What are these tattoos? You know, oh, actually, he's a Christian white nationalist. He's not a Nazi. Oh, you know, like, the point is they're violent right-wing ideologies. That's the point.
That are
We can
core
debate about which specific
identities. Yeah.
Yes, they want ethno-nationalism. Like, call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't care if you feel uncomfortable with me calling it Nazism. This dude wants to kill non-white people and have a Christian white country.
And
Call
let's
that
be
whatever the
real,
fuck
they
you wanna
also
call
want to
it.
narrow
It's
the in-group of white, because, like, they even did that thing where they started excluding certain groups that were classified as Christian, and other Christian groups got scared and mad about it.
Yep. Like, he's so fucking
All right,
dishonest.
cool.
I mean, guys, look, I went to Catholic school when I was little. I left in fifth
Sure.
grade.
So-
Pete Hegseth is not a Nazi.
Yeah, okay, cool. Question for you. When Donald Trump and his administration specifically actually implement policies that go at the heart of what Nazis want,
Which
right?
is?
Targeting.
Which is what?
The first group of people they target was the transgender community. Same things in Nazi. The actual Nazis specifically targeted people that weren't like them. There's been a persistent and consistent attack on undocumented immigrants, black people, women, anyone that's not a straight white male in America.
My principal claim is not that Donald Trump is innocent, nor perfect, nor good. My claim is that when you look at street-level violence, domestic terror, etc., you'll find more violence coming from the mainstream left.
I like how he's also trying to make sure that no argument for, institutional or systemic violence can be made, because he keeps very, like, weaselly putting in the word street-level crime. Street-level violence.
Yeah.
He keeps calling it
So
that.
basically, his claim is that, like, there are riots that do property damage, and I'm sure he's trying to do some, like, racist shit, too, that he's gonna back onto if someone tries to talk about, like, violence, like, within cities.
Oh my god,
or whatever.
actually, that would be gangster if he does the 1350, and then he's like, and 90% of black people are registered Democrats. Or vote Democrat
If
or
he
something.
goes with or without gang violence, and, that would be
Yeah, no, that would actually be so. That would be like so. He finally he takes the beanie off and he just has a swastika on his head now. And he's like 1350, and 50% of the crime is done by 13% of the population, and those 50% of the crime are done by Democrats, because 90% of black people are Democrats. I am the king racist. Hail me.
I'm a moderate.
I'm a moderate. Yeah. No, actually, he doesn't go, I'm the king racist. He goes, I'm moderate. This is a moderate opinion.
Oh,
As
man.
opposed to the mainstream right.
Sure.
Because I do think it's fair to point out white supremacists are violent. They do evil and horrible things.
Yeah, I wanted to get
and we
to
all
that.
we all condemn them.
The white supremacists are a part of the mainstream right.
But they're not.
They literally are.
There's no circumstance
All right,
where
we're
you
gonna
can go
pause
on
here.
TV.
Thank you. You can return to your seat. You've been voted out.
Nice meeting you.
All right, if you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
How's it going,
That was an easy grab. You're right there.
So the first thing I'll say is I think it's a bit disingenuous to characterize all of the property damage committed during BLM as left-wing violence, because there are going to be rogue opportunists during the biggest civil rights protests in American history. That's first and foremost. The second thing I would like to say is I don't think it makes sense to confine political violence strictly in the context of individuals acting with political motive violently. I think it ignores institutional violence. Theoretically, you could say the 1960s civil rights movement was more violent than the counter-protesters, but obviously the institutional violence of segregation.
I completely agree.
Right. So, so what I would say is that the Republican Party is, and the mainstream political right is far more violent.
Wow, he crumbled immediately on that. I thought he was going to be like, well, I'm only talking about street-level violence. But he fucking crumbled immediately. He got his gut worked so hard, he fell to his knees and just was like, no, you're the GOAT.
They support ICE ripping and separating families from one another, even from people who have no criminal background. ICE deaths under ICE custody has skyrocketed, even as a matter of parade, war abroad, etc. But
domestic, I'd love to talk the war stuff. I'm a big foreign policy guy. But domestically, did this not happen during Barack Obama's administration?
It did, but not to the same extent.
Agreed.
And Barack Obama was.
This is why, okay, so not to the same extent, and it's not even close to the same extent, but this is also why you can't be a fucking liberal, is so you can go, yeah, Obama's a fucking war criminal, dog.
Yeah, I would be like, every president that's ever lived while I live, I think should be tried in a court of law.
That was one of the funniest conversations I've had with Mom recently. Is we were out to dinner, and I don't know how it came up, but I was basically just like, yeah, every single president should be like tried and executed for their crimes against humanity, like all modern presidents that are currently alive. She was like, whoa, that's a crazy claim. And I'm like, okay, someone bombed an elementary school bus. Would you say that that person does or does not deserve to be executed? And she's like, yeah, that person probably deserves to be executed. And I was like, that was Barack Obama, Mom.
Actually, you don't even need to specify. You could just go, that was all of them.
Yeah.
You could go, that was every single one of them.
Yeah, it's just like elementary school buses. They killed elementary kids, elementary school children. Is basically the point. They directly bombed that. I mean,
it was famously like Obama accidentally bombed a wedding.
Like there are so many different instances, and that's the point. They are all literal fucking war criminals, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why it sucks even being a liberal, is because you have such a wishy-washy position that's so hard to defend, because Republicans can just go, yeah, but they did it too, and then you have to go, yeah, but they did genocide light. Y'all did genocide hard. And it's like, okay, that's not really a super good position.
Yeah, because then your position has to be like, well, what number of people draws the line in the sand? Like, when does it stop? Like, because then you literally have to go, I don't know, 20? Oh, yeah. Actually, wait, maybe like 40, 45, no, actually, 72? Yeah, 72 sounds good.
Well, Trump put 10,000 children in cages. Obama only put 2,000 children in cages. Like, you just sound stupid no matter what.
Yeah,
so.
it does sound stupid. I would say, like, the only liberal way you could do this is, like, basically what I said is go, at the end of every presidential term, we should have, like, a nationwide, like, an exit vote. Where it's like, we have an exit the office vote where everyone votes whether that person goes to jail forever at the end of their term.
That would be sick.
Yeah, that's the only liberal way to do it, because you could be like, well, they did crimes, but us as a country are now gonna like vote whether we think those crimes were justifiable.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just for the context of this debate, it's actually fine for him to have the position that, like, oh, well, Obama did less violence than Trump is doing, you know? Because that does prove the topic of this debate. But overall, as a position to have, it just sounds like insanely wild.
I think like the other way you'd probably frame it is the quality of violence, because like under Trump, we've had like forced hysterectomies and shit done to people held in border internment camps.
They're gunning down American citizens in the streets who are literally doing nothing. I mean, some of the most recent murders have just been, like, absurd. So...
yeah, they had to, like, put a pause on ICE doing traffic stops, period, because they kept killing people during traffic stops.
Yeah. Oh, they put a pause on it for like 2 days.
Yeah.
Because
they were really just like I said earlier with the Minnesota thing, all they do is like pretend you did something, and then as soon as they look away, undo it.
Yeah.
Criticized for it by who? The political left.
Agreed.
Right.
So my point is not to say again that there's no violence on the
actually,
right.
We paused a little too soon. That last sentence or last word of the sentence did kind of drive his point home, because he was like, not only did Obama do less of it, but also he was criticized by his own base for it. Meanwhile, Trump is celebrated by his base for it. That's a better point. That's a better way to frame it too, actually.
Yeah. The institutional argument is actually a good one. However, my view largely is when you look at Occupy Wall Street, for which I was there and I watched police instigate fights, or when I was on the ground during the protests on West Florissant Avenue, and I saw police throw a flashbang grenade at protesters who were not doing anything violent. The issue is that these police are under.
I'm sorry, wait, he's on the protesters' side when he was there, but anytime he's not there, he just assumes it's the protesters doing it?
Yeah, I love that he's experienced this too, and anyone who's like gone to a lot of protests knows this. Like, police are just insanely violent. I've been attacked at almost every single protest I've gone to, and I've never once been the aggressor in my entire life. I've never once been the aggressor. I've maybe said some rude stuff to police officers before, but I've straight up had a police officer, like, people are just sitting there calmly protesting, like saying words, and I've straight up had a police officer with a rifle walk up to us and go, "Y'all probably won't be as loud when I shoot you in the chest." Like, that's what the police force is.
Yeah.
You know?
They're violent thugs, yeah.
Democrat administration still, where their chiefs are often appointed by Democrat politicians. So again, I understand the left and progressives.
That to me is also a little disingenuous because it's not as though the police, as a matter of its institution, is a left-wing institution.
No, it's
in fact, usually the police are protecting and on the other side of left-wing protesters.
If you want to make the argument that ICE under Trump, I'll make the argument of police under the Democrats.
Sir, well, I don't know. Well,
which is it? Does law enforcement defer to their politicians or not?
They do not.
Depends. Because ICE
they can't, like, fuck, we have Democratic politicians getting arrested at protests in their own state all the time.
Okay, this is the thing, is ICE is factually controlled by the executive branch, which has been demonstrated under the Trump administration. Why? Because the head of ICE is assigned by the president, and the head of ICE will be removed by the president the second he doesn't fucking like the head of ICE, okay? This has already been demonstrated, right? So, under Trump's presidency, he gets to control every single governmental body that the president has authority to assign a representative for, right? Because he just fires them and he just forces them to do whatever the fuck he says, okay? So yes, a mainstream Republican, aka the literal fucking president, does unilaterally control ICE. This is just accurate. Whereas, right, let's say a Democratic-run city has a police chief, right? That police chief is not controlled by the Democratic individuals. That police chief is not even supposed to be a political entity, in fact, okay? That police chief is supposed to be a bipartisan individual, right? So this is just not even close to the same. And as you said as well, Democratic representatives in Tennessee, they've been arrested numerous times.
Not even just in Tennessee. Like, I'd say any state that has Democratic politicians, you could probably find an example of those Democratic politicians getting arrested by their own police forces.
Well, newest ones is like the repeal of the Voting Rights Act, right? Like the amendments to the Voting Rights Act that just basically completely undid it. Like, a bunch of actual fucking Democratic politicians, elected officials, were imprisoned during protests for this because they stood up and they said, hey, it's pretty fucked up that you just eliminated the only fucking black district in the entire state in a majority black city. So they went to prison.
Yeah, another example you could also point to of this is Memphis is a Democratic city. The police force there is very right-wing, and they're so right-wing that they needed the backup from the National Guard to make sure that they could keep being super right-wing without any repercussions.
I have a different conspiracy for why the National Guard is there, but
actually,
I think they're there to protect transportation infrastructure, so there's no chance of actual revolution inside of Memphis. Because Memphis has FedEx, it has the Mississippi River, it also has the two largest railroads in the country going through it. Memphis is a city that could literally cripple America's capitalist infrastructure.
I could see that. I felt like it was, like, maybe that's an underlying, like, bonus. But I kind of think the administration's too stupid for something like that. And it's really just to be like, fuck you, black people. We're using the power of the government to beat down on you.
No, because like I said, the capitalists are actually smart. The representatives that the capitalists use are idiots, right? So that's the cover that they use. Who did Trump have a meeting with? Literally just I think it was like literally 2 weeks before the national
That's fair.
guard.
The
He had
capitalists
a
probably
meeting with
sold it to Trump how I just said, but they know it's because it'll protect,
Yeah.
transportation.
he had a meeting with the guy that bought the largest railroads in Memphis.
Yeah.
That's who he had a meeting with before he sent the National Guard here. And then what else happens in Memphis? XAI, a bunch of other capitalist fucking bullshit happens here, right?
Yeah.
Right after the National Guards get sent here. It's not a fucking coincidence.
Actually,
These
Elon
capitalists
has a
got
lot of
here.
weight with Trump. You're probably right that Elon knows that the XAI facility is so insanely fucking unpopular and so insanely damaging to the community that it's only a matter of time before some high-scale vandalism happens.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, yeah.
Yeah.
Executive agency, they do
And the police
operate
department in
commandment
Minneapolis
of-
is under the Democrats, yes.
Right, but
and we all agree that there's problems there.
But they're criticized and often on the other end of left-wing protesters. So, for instance, the protests
Agreed.
against ICE here in Los Angeles, it's usually against left-wing. So, what is it? Left-on-left violence? Is that what you're claiming?
Sometimes, yes, absolutely.
You think police protesting against or committing violence against left-wing
Yes.
protesters? It's left-on-left violence, really?
Yes.
I think that's ridiculous and absurd.
The
on its
police
face.
who live in
But-
these cities they tend to be more moderate, but they're not.
They don't live in the cities. That's the other thing, is like, in these larger cities, they live like way outside of the fucking city. They're not members of the communities they police.
A lot of times this is true. They live in suburbs and they take jobs inside of the city as police officers because they get paid significantly more to be a police officer inside of the city versus in the suburb they live in.
Yeah, because a suburb police salary could be like 65K, while a city police officer salary could literally be double. It could be double. It could be like 130K.
Conservatives.
But is the institution is policing as an institution
particularly
a left-wing institution?
In New York, well, I would define a left-wing institution.
Exactly.
What I would say
that was almost insightful by Tim Pool, because he suddenly was like, well, what even would a left wing? But that, I know that's not what he actually meant.
Exactly.
Democrat politicians are the ones appointing these police chiefs and these administrations who are enacting these policies.
But are they?
So when you are voting for someone into office, this is not conservatives doing it. It's not mainstream right-wingers putting in police that beat protesters.
But who politically supports the police as a matter of their rhetoric and ideology?
Indeed,
the right or the left?
The right. But the
okay,
right,
so
the right
then you
doesn't live in
admit-
these places.
Yeah, but
nor do they appoint these people.
Sure, but
don't tell me that ICE under Donald Trump,
But
but
that's
not police.
part of the example of why all cops are bastards, is because even in these Democratic-controlled areas where you try to make positive improvements to police, it's the problem that the structural, like, the shape of the institution is incongruent with the puzzle you're trying to fit it into. So you have, like, and also Democrats are cowards, so they won't do something more radical that could make policing actually look like something that works, instead of just being a capitalistic, like, guard service funded by the state.
Under Democratic politicians.
Hold on. The left also doesn't appoint protesters who commit random acts of violence against
agree.
property.
That's not my argument.
I know. But earlier you were making the case that it's the ideology that motivates what these rioters are doing, and that's the reason why the left is ultimately responsible.
What I would say is the underlying ideology is overlapping with the Democratic Party.
Sure. And so what I'm saying is that if you want to be consistent, the underlying ideology that supports the police and as a matter of institution, and when the police are cracking down on left-wing protesters, that's overwhelmingly on the side of conservatives.
Except they're not in power in these places, and you're applying a locality to the nation. Which doesn't make sense.
They may not be...
What did he even just say? What?
You're applying a locality to the nation.
Tim Pool really do just be saying some shit. I don't think that means anything.
like technically
The police
in power,
are not
but, like,
motivated
I
by
don't
the
know- I don't
Republican Party to
understand-
go out under a Democratic
but
mayor to arrest protesters.
The problem is that the police is still, as a matter of institution, is more of a right-wing institution than a left-wing
Certainly,
one.
even
and
even
they're
in
usually
Democratic
on the other
cities.
side of.
But the point is,
of
a
left-wing
police officer who
protesters.
goes out in New York and arrests a protester does so at the behest of a
He's
Democratic
flooding
politician.
this.
I don't.
He did kind of
There's
flip it.
There is a very, very, very clear symmetry breaker between police and between ICE that he could have simply pointed to, which is that police are actually not controlled by the Democratic apparatus, even when they are in power. The police are their own bipartisan entity.
He tried to a little bit, and then Tim was just like, but the heads of them are appointed by Democrats.
Yeah,
So he's like,
but
so clearly they'd appoint a Democratic head.
yeah.
Which,
but also that's just like it's you know, that's besides the point. Like, he could have been like, okay, are you really gonna say that the police flashbanging people is on the same scale of, not to mention the majority of the country by fucking geography is Republican. So if we're taking all police violence in and we're saying that every single district that is Republican is their police violence is Republican, every single district that is Democrat, their police violence is Democrat. The idea that like that would instantly mean that Democratic police violence, when we include then we say ICE is part of Republican violence and that other institutions are part of Republican violence, like this is not a very clear argument at all. Like if we're gonna do this, then this is just like, you would need to prove the empirics here. Because I would just say that, like, you've proven nothing, and we can just throw this argument out, call it a mulligan, and you would need to come back with actual empirics that would showcase district by district. Because we're just yapping about things that we don't have any evidence for if we're going to do this type of
yeah,
whatever.
I think that was almost the line, because I don't know why Tim didn't weasel out. I feel like Tim made, when he was talking about street level, he specifically gave himself an out to not talk about institutional violence. But then he just let himself get weaseled into the conversation of, well, police officers commit an incredible amount of violence in the right-wing institutions, and he was just being like, no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not right-wing.
It's interesting, too, because I felt like the very first guy that debated him was trying to bring up institutional violence, and then Tim backed off and kind of like asserted the street violence point then, but then later on he allowed institutional violence to come into the conversation, which is just, I don't know, he's just pivoting, I think, because he's losing everywhere, so he's just trying to like
bounce around,
find footing somewhere.
He had a plan, but the plan is floundering, so he's just doing anything.
Pause.
Yeah.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Nice
return
meeting
to your seat. All right, if you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3,
Master
2,
debater.
1.
What's up, young man? Listen.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been young for a minute.
Now, slow down with that. Listen,
Oh,
I
all
think
right.
it's really quick. The I condemn is really cheap cop
I
out.
like that. Slow down with that. He was like, I'm not shaking your hand. I don't know where the shit fuck that's been.
It's not going to work.
It's not an argument.
Because the people around us are not low IQ, like your average viewer. It's important to recognize.
Make an argument.
So I'm about to.
You don't have one? Is that it?
I'm
If you
about
want
to.
to be insults, we can go for insults and
I'm about to.
We can rap.
I'm about to.
You wanna rap?
Just stop delaying my time. So it's important to recognize that simply I condemn is not sufficient when the Republican Party has created a permission structure for individuals to go out and do violence
Like what?
against, I'm about to tell you, with
go.
impunity. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a good example.
Law
Trump
enforcement.
The Trump administration, they
Through an
violated,
electoral process.
you know they lost in the courts 10,000 times, right?
That's not true.
It is true. Politico actually released a
10,000
report on it.
More, I think. Actually, wait, is this about to say more?
16.
Yeah. I was about to say, I think it's more. And then the fact check popped up as I had the thought. Most current published count is at least 16,850 rulings against the Trump administration's ICE mandatory detention policy out of at least 19,400 federal district court rulings covering July 7th, 2025. In 1 year? Not even a full year!
I mean, dead ass at this point, like, judges could just see a fucking something with ICE involved and they're just like, yep, wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They don't even have to fucking check at this point. Like, god damn.
Yeah, what is the percentage? Because that means there's only
16,000 out of 19,000! Brother, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's literally like 12% or something, right? Like
that are not wrong.
Yeah, that are not wrong. So you're fucking rocking on, or maybe like 15%. You're like round up. Like you're talking about an 85% success rate on calling bullshit.
Yeah, they lost 10,000
I'm
times
sure it
in the
would be
last
like
year.
10,000.
They murdered numerous American citizens. And guess what happened to the individuals that carried out those killings? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Have they been prosecuted? Any investigations? Do you know?
I believe they have not.
Why? It's almost as if when you commit violence,
You're wrong.
You're going to be protected. That's what's going on.
Yeah, it's 86.8% of the time.
Yeah.
They're found wrong. That's crazy work. And then, why hasn't anyone gone to jail? Why haven't they been persecuted?
I like how Tim just threw in a "you're wrong" out of nowhere.
It's almost as if when you commit violence,
You're wrong.
You're going to be protected. That's what's going on. That's why Kristi Noem went out and said that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist. That's why Stephen Miller said the same thing. And everybody in the entire Republican Party apparatus is echoing those talking points. Because whenever there's violence, they don't condemn it. They condone it, they congratulate it, and they pardon it.
Law enforcement, duly elected by a population that voted in plurality for ICE to go out and engage in these
Kill
behaviors.
American citizens?
Which sometimes, yes, absolutely. And
Oh, they voted for ICE to kill American citizens, really?
yes. Do you?
The average Republican, I don't think they're that crazy.
Who said the average Republican would vote? But do you not believe that there are people in this country that would vote for ICE to harm people? Is that your?
What is he even saying?
What is he even saying?
We're talking about mainstream. We're talking about mainstream. So what the fuck are you even saying now? Because the topic, I thought it was mainstream.
My
So not the
lobotomite
American
uncle Bill Bob, who's the second cousin to my sister's wife, he believes we should nuke Los Angeles.
What is he arguing? Let's just see it. Because what is he
this your
fucking
argument?
arguing?
Do you
now?
believe?
This is terrible, Tim.
So you think not a
This is so
single
bad.
person in this country wants to harm
What's
illegal
the
immigrants?
relevance? We're talking about the fact that there is a top-down approach by Republicans like Donald Trump.
Can I ask you the question again?
That's great. What is the relevance? He just goes, what is the great. Good job. Good job.
I like this guy. Yeah, this guy's cooking so far.
Yeah, I like his energy. He's aggressive. Also, his hair's nice. He's just got nice hair.
Murder
Can you answer the question?
And allow it to happen. Foment violence in this country.
Can you answer
and
the
you're running
question?
cover for it.
Can
as
you?
a moderate.
Actually, you just did.
Shut up.
See, I'm pointing out.
ICE violence. You're saying
Don't
that
you
people
make a
vote for it or
bald
whatever.
joke over
You don't
there,
think that there are
woman.
white supremacists voting for ICE to go and harm migrants?
Are you saying that white supremacists voted for Donald Trump so they could kill migrants?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good to know that white supremacists make up part of the Republican Party and Donald Trump's doing their bidding.
Yes,
Congratulations.
I certainly believe they do.
Okay.
The initial claim that I make.
He got hammered! What? That all happened so quick, actually. That was more effective than the previous, hour of debate.
I don't. He just conceded that so quick, too.
Yeah, this kid, he came in with the flying elbow. He fucking luchador slammed him.
And Temple's just
Means
like,
that
yeah, they are white supremacists. Yeah, they do make up a sizable portion of the party. And yeah, Trump is doing their bidding, and he's the president. So therefore, fucking mainstream Republicans are doing the most violence.
Yeah, this guy speed ran it. Everyone else took 20 minutes. This guy had 1 minute on the clock when he sat down. 1 minute on the clock. And he just went, take it, fucking take it.
Yeah. The logical flow of this is undeniable, honestly. How is he gonna weasel out of this?
Yeah.
There is absolutely violence on the right. I already agree with one of the previous debaters that there's institutional violence from the right as well. The best argument against my claim actually is that the right, when they get levers of power, will use law enforcement as their vehicle for the violence that they want to engage in. Those things are all fair. My point is that we are not
That's
seeing...
a nice, long, drawn-out concession. Thank you for...
But it's not a concession because maybe we agree.
Oh, okay.
See, I think...
Wait, didn't you say the modern political left commits more violence than modern political right? So now you're saying
just because there are riots coming from the left does not mean they're morally right or wrong, or does not mean the right is better or worse. This is a statement about...
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Volume of violence that we see, and a meaningful issue to a voter as to what is the underlying motivation that we see pushing violence in this country. So when you have ICE going out and engaging in these actions...
This is like a Clarence Thomas level of interpretation with that prompt. That is not what you're saying.
I don't know why you're trying so hard to disagree when we actually have common ground.
Pause, we are
because
out
you're
of
a
time.
dipshit, Tim.
Thank you.
Like, what the fuck
You're
was that?
lying fuckwit. Yeah, you just got absolutely decimated, and then you just started spewing fucking nonsense. He called you out on the fact that you're spewing fucking nonsense that made no logical sense. Maybe, hear me out, maybe this is why you should graduate middle school. Maybe.
And this kid looks young enough to have maybe just graduated middle school, and he just fucking shoulder slammed your ass.
Nicotine, the ultimate biohacker's secret weapon, has made a wild comeback.
I guess there's ads.
The one rounded claim is that the Democratic Party has embraced authoritarianism.
If you'd like to be the first debater, please get to the chair in 3.
He got these topics. These are the stupidest topics I've ever heard in my life. For someone who is pro-Republican to pick these you're trying to lose. You're trying to lose.
He's
honestly, he's a Democratic plant. Like,
no,
honestly.
for real. Wait, actually, I'm starting to recontextualize Tim Pool. Is he a lol cow? Is he just like a professional lol cow? Like, does he actually have, like, a large audience of real fans? Or is it all leftists watching him going, no fucking way, this dude, ah! Like, is it all just us, like, laughing at him because he's a clown?
Because what the fuck? Like, he picked this topic.
I actually need to hear him justify it.
The president of the United States is saying he's going to run for another term. He tried to steal an election. He did a literal insurrection. What are you gonna argue here? This is the easiest slam dunk fucking topic I've ever heard in my life.
He's gonna somehow claim that Biden did the COVID lockdown and that was the most authoritarian thing the government's ever done.
Which was done under Donald Trump.
Yeah.
2, 1.
That was fast. Nice to meet you. Let's start off not by, oh God, don't make me defend Republicans, but let's go.
All right.
I swear to God, I thought that was, what's his name? Oh fuck, why am Dean? I thought that was Dean Weathers, yeah.
Don't insult Dean like that. Dean Moggs.
Yeah, you're right, Dean Moggs. But from the side for a second when his hair was blocking his face, I was like, what?
God, I would love if Dean stopped debating about Trump and would debate an actual leftist, though.
So it's typically, and particularly in my claim, it's a reference to...
I don't know, I think we should call in while we're taking a bath. Or actually, maybe put a twist on it. Maybe I call in while I'm taking a shower, because I don't have a bath.
No. One of us calls in while we're taking a bath. The other one is in the background singing "We Are Charlie Kirk" in the shower.
Double hit him. Like, hit him with both memes. Hit him with both memes. We are Charlie Kirk!
Suppression of dissent, suppression of speech, control of voting, or manipulation of voting for the power.
Wait, no. Wait, what? Let's roll that back.
Government do.
So it's typically, and particularly in my claim, it's a reference to suppression of dissent, suppression of speech, control of voting, or manipulation of voting for the power, for the, let's just call it control by a particular group of politically or...
Let's take those claims one at a time.
Yeah.
First, on suppression of speech.
Indeed.
Just a few hours ago today, Trump subpoenaed reporters for trying to report accurate information on the war in Iran.
Wow,
he said,
that's terrible.
No, that can't happen.
Awful.
That's way more authoritarian than what we're seeing on the left here.
Well, I mean, if it's hard to quantify what is more or less authoritarian, but certainly bad.
Dude, Tim, you have special White House press access because you're a Trump dick sucker. Did you know that? CNN got their White House press access revoked and given to him. At least prior to CNN becoming a Republican outlet.
Oh my god.
What are you talking about, Tim?
No, he's actually gonna play the game of like, oh, well, I'm not saying that Republicans aren't authoritarian. I'm saying that the Democrats are also authoritarian.
But he said more. He said the word
and
more.
What is it more authoritarian? How do you even quantify that?
How do you quantify more? The only qualifier in my claim.
When President Trump is trying to stifle speech.
Wait, can you give any example of Biden doing anything even comparable to that?
I can. We can start with Alex Berenson, who is currently in a lawsuit because the Biden administration personally went to social media platforms.
Journalist Alex Berenson account was temporarily suspended by Twitter on July 16, 2021, permanently banned on August 28 for alleged violation of its COVID-19 misinformation rule after posts criticizing vaccine effectiveness and mandates. Discovery later showed White House officials had pressed Twitter about why Berenson had not been kicked off the platform.
So, a private company made their own guidelines. And then the White House noticed that they weren't enforcing these guidelines and they were letting someone spew nonsense that could risk people's lives on their platform. And they went, hey, why aren't you enforcing these guidelines? And then Twitter enforced said guidelines.
Which also isn't new, because we've always had this is the example that's always been used since I was a little tiny baby when explaining the limits of free speech is, you can't yell fire in a crowded room. That's not free speech, because it puts people's lives in danger. So, saying something like, vaccines give people autism when they don't, and telling people not to get COVID-19 vaccines when COVID has killed 2 million fucking people, puts people's lives in danger, and I think is not free speech.
Facts. Facts.
That's not new. That's not new. That's not a Dem. That's not a left. That's not a right. That's just the rules we all agreed to on the limits of free speech. And that was just the current establishment going, hey, you remember those rules we all agreed on? Why aren't you doing
remember your own guidelines you have on your own private platform that you are not enforcing? Yeah.
That would literally be the same as anyone just going, I think that might be some hypocrisy right there. Interesting. And then them just getting pressured by someone noticing.
Yeah.
Using his name to be suspended for his reporting on COVID vaccination and mandates.
Okay. At a top level, though, who's doing the majority of the, actual suppression of speech here?
Oh, he also didn't stay canceled. He got his Twitter account back.
Yeah.
Also, it's a Twitter account!
It's not press.
Did he get fired? Did he get put in jail? Did he get sued?
Face any legal consequences? This dude that he's debating is showcasing incompetence.
Yeah, because he should go, I'm talking about people who have legal cases. You're talking about Twitter. Wow, Snowflake, cry me a fucking river.
He's probably just completely unfamiliar with it, I would hope, what he's talking about, and it's just like, alright, I don't know what this is, but it's probably fucking nonsense.
So he doesn't want to put... Yeah, I've never heard of it, admittedly, because this is the dumbest shit ever!
Don't really have good words for the Republican Party, to be honest. My issue with this debate is in fact what we're seeing right now is that I'll make a claim about the Democratic Party, which has done awful things, and the immediate response is, but the Republicans, and I don't like Republicans.
Here's the thing.
What are you talking about, Tim? You have special access to the White House that other people don't because you're so far up his ass.
We live in a two-party system.
Correct.
Right? We can have this great grift of like, oh, well, the Democrats are bad, but we can, and the Republicans, they might be worse, but the Democrats are still bad. But the option is between Democrats or Republicans.
Yes.
So if Republicans are worse, it doesn't really matter if Democrats are slightly bad.
No, I think Democrats are worse.
We don't love Democrats, but we.
Then what the fuck are you talking about, Tim?
God damn. The American public has been so goddamn fucking psyop. The fact that we just live in a two-party system and that's just the way it is. And so, you know, we all acknowledge that the Democrats are evil and that the Republicans are
turd
evil.
Sandwich and giant douche. He's literally, yeah, I agree.
Like,
this is dumb, but
I very much so dislike this dude in the blue shirt, to be honest. Like, this is the most, like...
Well, I know he's just illustrating. We don't know what his actual belief here is, but he's just being like, what are you talking about, Tim? We have a two-party system. What the fuck point are you even trying to make?
Yeah.
And then Tim folded. Tim did just fold because, like, so this is a bad argumentation process, and this is clearly this guy just getting exasperated because Tim's point's so dumb. But Tim even folded because he was like, "You're right, you're right, you're right. I'm saying Democrats are worse." So then, what did anything you just said previously even mean, Tim? What did it even mean?
I feel that Republicans are way worse when they institute these far more authoritarian policies.
It's hard to quantify more. The question is, does it suppress speech? And I certainly think Donald Trump has taken actions.
Let's look at human lives. If we want to do like a quantification here, let's look at ICE. 3 American citizens have been killed by ICE. That's way more than the number of American citizens killed by immigration enforcement.
Yeah,
13!
There's been 3 high profile, but...
You mean 3 white people, fuckface? Like,
I don't even think just white people, because there have been like, I want to say it's more than 13 or 14, even just like white people. There's just been 3 highly publicized ones, and then let's be real, they killed like, I want to say they killed like 500 people in detention camps, did they not?
Oh, they killed so many people in detention camps. We're talking about people killed in the fucking streets who are American citizens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they've murdered 13 people in the fucking streets. Yeah. Like, what is this liberal dumb shit? 3 people. Get the fuck out of...
This guy is one of the normies they brought in. He's not like someone that does this. They just grabbed a normie. He's a normie.
Under, say, Obama.
But it's way less than the amount of American citizens killed by Barack Obama.
No,
it is. True. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Look. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Is he's gonna count like what service members killed overseas? Like, what the fuck is he about to talk about?
But one of the biggest issues to me is the extrajudicial assassination of Abdurrahman al-Awlaki by the Obama administration. And this is what, early on in my life, when I was very anti-war, very lefty, still anti-war, and voted for Barack Obama, and then he murdered...
Are you in favor of the war in Iran?
Absolutely not. And Barack Obama killed a 16-year-old American citizen who was at a civilian restaurant in Yemen.
We can play
These are
this
all
game.
bad
we
things.
can be like, oh, well, both parties are pretty bad. But, like,
Indeed.
we have
He's talking about... Okay, they both only... He named one example versus, I mean, even if we were going to say it was only 3. Blue Shirt gave 3 examples. You gave 1. That is 1 greater than 3? Even in the brainlet conversation, he's still losing.
Yeah.
This is so dumb.
When they go to the ballot office, when I go to the ballot office as a voter, I have to actually put in a vote. I have to decide Democrat or Republican or throw my vote away and vote for some third party.
Libertarian.
Right? If I'm picking between those and there's one candidate who just brought us into a war in Iran, is causing this massive conflict, tons of human suffering, that's foreign. That's foreign policy. Domestically, we see ICE attacks on American citizens. We see 56 people dying in ICE detention camps in just a singular...
Dude, where is he getting these lowball numbers?
Oh, he's saying 1 day, I think.
Oh, okay, that would make
Here,
sense.
you compare that to
No, he just said year.
Low ball.
Yeah, what? Yeah, wait, where? What? Was this filmed last year? Was this filmed a year ago? What?
Yeah, I have no idea what he's talking about.
I think like, yeah. What? I gotta see how many people. I guess, okay, it looks like there's a Human Rights Watch article that uses the 52 number. This has to be, like, counting a very specific kind of death, though, because I've seen death numbers way higher that are because of, like, disease and conditional deaths. This has to be, like, only counting, I don't know, people that were, like, beat to death or something.
This is probably just, like, very, very clear cases of, like, investigated clear cases. Because I bet most cases haven't been investigated as well. Because as we see with the whole of the, like, border security, homeland security, ICE, everything. I mean, I read a statistic that, there were, like, this was either under Obama or Biden as well, but there were something like 3,000 accusations of rape in 4 years, and, like, literally 30 of them were investigated.
That's fair, yeah. So this is probably just, like, the investigatedly confirmed ones. Because, like, yeah, I remember the, like, fuck, even going, and I'd assume it's worse now, but I remember that report that AOC had uncovered, or, like, brought forward, about the border detention camps, and, like, the deaths were in the hundreds. And we were doing, like, illegal surgeries on them. And they had, like, rape rings and shit.
Obama, the deporter-in-chief, across 8 years, 52 people died. Way, way, way fewer. What we're seeing is dangerous conditions.
Now, using the source that I guess he used, it does look like the death rate under Trump has been about 12, and the death rate under Biden was 2.
Per what month? Or what? Because looking at the source he
per
used,
10,000. It's a per 10,000.
Oh, okay, okay. Heard.
Yeah, per 10,000 detained.
Heard.
Yeah. So it's not a per period, but just number of detainees.
Domestically, way more people are dying, right? We have a lot of this, like, qualitative discussion. You bring up a lot of anecdotes, but if you actually, like, quantify the number of deaths that are occurring through these authoritarian mechanisms, it's very, very clear that when I vote, I'm choosing the lesser of two evils and voting Democrat.
Let's talk about a few structures of authoritarianism. We'll go with 2016. And you brought up Donald Trump subpoenaing these journalists, so we'll get broad on this one. In 2016, Gizmodo published an article that Facebook had been suppressing news and information from conservative outlets. This is Gizmodo. They're a progressive outlet. In fact, I worked for the company that owned them, and I was a Bernie supporter in 2016. And so agreeing with this reporting and knowing the reporters behind it, I reported this. NBC News, all of these major institutions then claimed I was a right-wing conspiracy theorist.
Here's the thing.
Let me finish. For claiming that these things were happening that they reported on.
But that's not really... I remember that shit. That's not really what happened. Remember, Facebook got caught intentionally like, fomenting white supremacist Nazi, like, Facebook groups, basically, because they drove up engagement. They got outed for being a rat's nest of hate. So then they tried to double back and squash the rat's nest, which didn't even work. And again, the moment the public eye was off of them, they stopped doing it. Like, that's also just, like, not really true.
I mean, he's just a liar, so.
It's the same thing when like, the fact-checking shit started on like, Twitter. And how it kept dunking on Republican shit, so they had to change it. Because it was biased to fact-check Republican shit.
Then what we learned is that under
I just want to
Obama,
say, dude, this whole like him supporting Bernie being anti-establishment thing, right? It's basically just like a lie and a grift, like it's part of his grift, right? He was factually working for mainstream right-wing tech news organizations at the time. He was factually doing right-wing propaganda. I mean, this was just part of his anti-establishment grift, right?
Yeah. It just leans into his supposed credibility as a moderate by going, I vote for people that aren't Trump sometimes.
He was doing, back then, he was doing the Bill Maher, right?
Yeah,
he was doing the, I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal, but I hate everything about my party. My party has lost all of its morals and it's degenerate and I'm anti-establishment and, you know, I'm going to debate these woke SJWs and I'm going to film activists on the ground and pretend as though they're being like evil, violent people and do all this pro right-wing shit. And I'm going to work directly for right-wing mainstream organizations, but I'm going to claim that I'm a liberal. That's what he was doing. He's always has been and always will be a lying piece of fucking shit.
Yeah.
So when he says that he was a liberal Bernie supporter, that's just part of the grift and him being a lying fucking piece of shit. So
yeah, the following thing I would ask him is like, why did you support Bernie? I'd want to know. I'd be like, why? What policies was he putting forward? What policy positions was he putting forward that you were cool with? Could you name one?
Seriously.
Under Obama and under Biden, and don't get me wrong, this was under Trump as well, there was an active effort from the FBI. They were given a backdoor access to Twitter and Facebook to remove content that they thought objectionable to the government, and it was not done at the behest of Trump or for his benefit, but to the benefit of those who had been defending him in the press. So notably myself, who was calling out these censorship practices, I was falsely slandered and maligned by the media over this.
Thank you, yes.
These are institutions. Now, when you say that Donald Trump is mad at them, I agree, subpoenaing journalists depending on the issue can be bad. But to see that from Obama through Trump and into Biden, they were actively given access. This is a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Tim,
it's
there's
a
an issue
violation of
here.
the First
We're
Amendment.
missing something really important. We're lumping together all of these different types of sort of suppression of speech, but there's a fundamental difference.
Wait, no, there is a legal precedent that what's said on social media platforms is not free speech. You do not have a right to say things on social media platforms. And those businesses can do literally fucking anything they want. Now, whether you think that's right is different. But there's literally there's nothing that says your speech on social media platforms is free speech. You are engaged, whatever their personal use policy is what you're allowed to do.
When we see like left-leaning suppression of speech, often that happens from like a bottom up, where you see some company taking an action.
No, I gave you a specific example of the Biden administration going to a major big tech company, giving them specific instructions to remove people who are saying naughty words.
We saw that in the context of COVID, where vaccinations was really, really important. In fact,
That's
800,000 lives were saved by vaccines. We have a really strong.
You can give me every reason for why you want to be an authoritarian. They always have a reason, and saving lives is always one of them.
That's not authoritarianism. He's being dishonest again. So every single country has some level of freedom of speech laws, right? And as we talked about, if you yelled fire in a movie theater, that is not legal. And putting someone in jail for doing such an action that causes death, that causes violence, that causes real fucking harm is not authoritarianism, and no political scholars would agree with you on this fact. You are lying. Okay, so intent matters when it comes. First off, suppression of speech technically is a central tenet of authoritarianism, but suppression of speech in itself is not authoritarianism, right?
Yeah.
So, and the intent matters, okay? Every democratic society has limits on what type of speech you can use, right? Threats, fraud, incitement of violence, defamation. These are all illegal activities, even in every democratic, non-authoritarian institution, right? So, that's authoritarian speech is specifically something that is geared to protect the people in power, okay? So when someone is removed from a platform for spreading misinformation about COVID, I would ask you then, how does that directly protect the people in power? Because that's what suppression of authoritarian speech or suppression of speech in authoritarian sense is. It is suppression of speech that is supposed to be attacking the people in power, threatening their hold over power, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So actual cases of authoritarian speech are putting people in prison for passing out left-wing zins and moving around left-wing political information in Texas. People getting sentenced to 40 years in prison.
Banning books that talk about things from schools and libraries.
This is actual authoritarian curbing of freedom of speech. Someone being removed from a platform for spreading misinformation about COVID is in no way authoritarian limitations of speech, and there is not a singular political scholar that would agree with you on that, because it's just not within the definition of it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The only way it possibly even maybe could be, again, we say that it's like screaming fire in a crowded elevator. I think we agree on that. But the only way would be if, the government owned the platform that it was being posted on. And was selectively banning certain speech in that way to promote, I don't know. But, again, it's still not authoritarian.
Yeah. This guy in the blue shirt is just very inadequate at debating right now, or else he would just easily point to these things. But
suppressing free speech on, say, the war in Iran, where there's really bad stuff going on and we need to talk about it, and say spreading vaccine misinformation. In the U.S., we've had really long.
You have a moral opinion on the differences of importance, and that's fine.
Clear and present.
What the fuck?
No, there is a factual opinion. Not an opinion. There are facts surrounding these situations in which one censorship of speech is stopping the incitement of violence, okay? It is stopping people from being harmed and dying, from having their lives ruined. One censorship is doing that. Another censorship is stopping people from talking bad about the current administration. So one type of censorship falls under authoritarian limiting of speech. The other one falls under democratic limiting of speech.
Yeah.
These are not comparable when you're debating authoritarian
I would also
tactics.
say, what are you talking about, Tim, on the moral quality of these things? To go on comparing the outcome of the speech limiting. One limiting of the speech saves people's lives because they are not exposed to and then believe vaccine misinformation, so then they are more likely to get a life-saving vaccine. So by suppressing the speech, you saved lives. And the other one, you suppress speech that causes more lives to end.
Yeah, even if you want to go down this path, like, it's still insanely stupid for Tim Pool to do it. He just has no leg to stand on. This is like an insanely dumb debate proposition for him to have.
Yeah, that is just crazy.
Danger test has
But
been
we're
well
talking
established.
about authoritarianism has many different reasons. Did you think that all the tyrants of the world never gave a reason as to why they needed absolute authority? They always did. And they always do. And even today it's the case, whether it's Trump or anybody else. So when Biden's administration said, because COVID misinformation kills, we will silence you, that's authoritarian.
No, it's not. It's literally not.
What? The fuck, Tim? I think I could hit myself in the head with a hammer as hard as I possibly could, and I'd still be more cogent and logical than this man.
He doesn't know what authoritarian limiting of speech is. Again, why you should probably get higher than an 8th grade education.
You can argue that you agree with it, but it still is authoritarianism. How about we can use Cuomo in New York as an example? He shut down churches in violation of the First Amendment, and
The
when he
student blue is
lost,
so
he issued
stupid,
a
you see
secondary
him
executive order
conceding with his
changing
body
the words
language.
to keep
He's
the churches
fucking dumb.
closed. That is authoritarian.
Frame mugged. He's frame mugged.
And you right now defending it is my point. I have no problem saying Trump should not go after journalists, but you seem to have a problem saying the Democratic administrations should not be doing what they're doing as well.
Okay, pause.
He did. I'm glad they voted him out there because he was letting Tim go off on nonsense. You should have cut him as soon as he said every authoritarian gives a reason, and again, he gave Biden as he gave it to Biden and not Trump. The lockdown started under fucking Trump.
Yeah. I mean, I would just, if I was the next person, I would walk up and immediately go, okay, so are there limitings of freedom of speech that are not authoritarian? And then when he says no, I would go, okay, so it should be legal for me to walk in a crowded movie theater and yell fire or instruct people to murder someone, right? And then when he says no, you go, okay, so dumb fuck, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, the murder one's great. So is it freedom of speech for me to go, I think people should murder you? Yeah. And when he says no, you go, okay, well, you're an idiot.
Yeah. Literally, that's all you have to do. You walk up and you go, hey, so if I were to say to everyone in this room, we should beat Tim Pool to death right now because he's a fucking idiot who can't even graduate middle school, should that be legally protected freedom of speech?
I mean, exactly. And, okay, so you maybe see why we should stop dumb motherfuckers like you from getting people killed by spreading vaccine misinformation. You see the one-to-one here? Huh, Baldy?
God damn.
That's my word. I can use it.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
It was the only one that moved.
I'm surprised you made it.
So one of the key parts about authoritarianism is influence over elections. And we've seen that throughout the history of right-wing and left-wing, the right-wing side of this country has constantly been election deniers. Famously, Trump tried to find votes in Georgia to win the 2020 election. And now we're seeing that they're claiming voter fraud in the city of Los Angeles mayor's race.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many presidential elections in the last 20 years were denied by Democrats?
One.
Literally.
Actually, it wasn't even 20 years ago.
Oh, it was more than 20 years, yeah.
Yeah, the only one is Gore v.
None.
Bush. So none. Yeah, 0.
Were denied by Democrats?
Yeah, but mainstream members of Congress going on the floor, rejecting it?
None.
All of them.
Do you see...
What? After George W. Bush's 2000 victory, Al Gore pursued Florida recount litigation and conceded 36 days after Election Day, December 13th, once the Supreme Court halted the recount. 2005, Senator Barbara Boxer and Rep. Stephen Tibbs Jones made a formal objection to Ohio's electoral votes over alleged irregularities, which both chambers rejected after John Kerry had conceded following Trump's 2016 win. Hillary Clinton, Jimmy Carter, and other Democrats.
The Democratic Party trying to create an alternate slate of electors to actually try and overturn
that's a different
democratically
argument.
elected.
Certainly a different argument, but no, that was in, I think that would have been 1960, but certainly not in the last 20 years. So we can completely agree Trump's efforts in 2020 were substantially different from, say, a handful of members of
questioning its legitimacy, primarily citing Russian interference in House members' attempted objection with Senate. Okay, but they didn't deny it. They just asked for investigation in every one of those fact check instances. Not one of them of the things in the fact check was even a denial. They were just going, hey, shit's fishy. Also,
he just lies. He just lies. Like, he's literally just lying. And this is, like, such a blatant lie. I don't understand how this dude just doesn't just go, yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. No, before we continue this debate, I demand an official fact check because you're just fucking lying right now. And there's no point in us 20 people sitting here and debating someone who's willing to just make shit up out their fucking ass, as you've done time and time and time again throughout this debate, claiming that there's 456 fucking Democratic violent attacks and there's only one violent Republican attack and all this stupid fucking shit. You're just a liar. I need empirical evidence or you need to get the fuck out of here, because there's no substance to anything you have to say, and everything you have to say going forward is just made up nonsense. And I can just say that because you've been demonstrated that you're a liar. So going forward, if you can't provide evidence for this, or if they can't provide evidence for this, every single claim you make, I'm just going to dismiss it as though it was a lie.
Because you're a liar. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is fair. Yeah. Because look, this fact check, even noting that, says at the bottom that, yeah, basically, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
Because...
And like, every single one, you're just lying. Like, you sound so fucking insane.
Every single one conceded after the investigations were done. Also, half these investigations...
No, he said every single election...
Yeah.
In the last 20 years, every single one, period. He did not even say presidential. He said every single election in the past 20 years, Democrats have denied.
Meanwhile, this went 26 years and could only find 4 instances. 2 of those 4 instances were like within the margin of error that allowed for recounts.
And they weren't denials. They were literally just, hey, we should investigate.
Part of our legal system says if it falls within this margin, both sides are allowed to call for a recount. That's just in the rules we wrote to make sure everything's on the up and up. It's not a denial. No, that's us exercising the rules we all agreed on. And they all conceded. Trump still hasn't conceded. He still says he won 2020. He still says that. He said it like a week ago.
Congress and high-profile personalities coming out and saying the election is illegitimate. But I will say, while it is not particularly mainstream, there actively are groups across social media that believe the election was stolen. Just go on Threads for a few minutes.
God, Threads.
I like this guy's reaction to going, oh, Threads, I forgot that shit existed.
There are Democrats who are quack jobs. There is at least one singular person who identifies as a Democrat in this country who thinks that every single election has been stolen at some point, and you can't prove me wrong, therefore Democrats believe every single election has been stolen.
I don't even think a large group of people believing something even validates a claim, because for fuck's sake, 38% of Americans think the planet is 6,000 years old!
Oh, but this claim is very specific. The Democratic Party. So there needs to be a official statement from the DNC itself. So
Yeah,
this threat
that's
thing
true.
has
That's
nothing
true.
to do with it.
Yeah,
But
why did he even bring up social media again? Tim is obsessed with social media. Obsessed with random nobodies on social media.
You will
You're
see
right.
tons of progressives arguing the election was stolen.
Tons of bots. You know, I'm really
Well,
big
if you don't
believer
think
in the
they're
dead
real people,
internet
that's
theory.
fine. I agree with the internet theory, actually.
So look,
but so then
You agree with it? But
it's just not even evidence for his claim. It's just, he's just fucking dumb. Everything he says is fucking dumb.
yeah.
if
So
you're
then
talking about the
that
right versus
narrative
the
exists.
left, overall, again, we are talking about the overall picture here. Where is the majority of this coming from?
Well, let me ask you a question. You mentioned California. I want to ask you a question. Let's say there's an election that takes place, and a ballot comes in 3 days after that election. It's signed with a picture of Mickey Mouse, and it's hand dated. Do you think that is a real vote?
So guess what? In California, when you don't have a correct signature, you can do this thing called ballot curing, where you take that ballot back to the voter and you say, is this really you? And you have to get that signature again.
But
in that
I
case,
asked you a
I
question.
don't think they registered with the Mickey Mouse signature.
Well, that's actually legal in California. In fact, the example given, I think, in Santa Barbara is a Kirby star image. Now, the challenge with
What? The Santa Barbara Mickey Mouse signature claim traces to a rhetorical comment by a local Republican official about in-person polling place sign in sheets, not evidence that a ballot with a cartoon signature was accepted. The same Santa Barbara GOP review ultimately found no voter fraud. This guy's
Amazing.
entire evidence is a Reddit on Twitter. I actually...
This is what I'm saying. Like, someone has to put their foot down and demand evidence for his claims, because everything he has been saying has been a lie. And it's not possible to debate someone who is just going to counter everything you say with an abject lie. This is simply not true. And anyone who knows anything knows that this is not true. But because during this stage they don't currently have access to the internet in order to fact check him in real time, they just have to go, that sounds fucking absurd.
I would go on a limb there and just full feet down go, that's not true. This one's crazy enough that I would go on a limb. I would go out on a limb and just be like, you made that shit up. Or you're just going off of an anecdote that you saw on social media. Which is, according to the fact check, literally what he did.
I would have done this literally like 4 times already. He's made 4 absolutely absurd claims so far in this debate.
He really has. I thought he was going to be...
These just aren't true.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be more examples of him being an idiot rather than a liar.
this is, and so I'm not a fan of the fraud argument from Republicans. Just stop saying fraud. This is legal in California. In California, you can draw a picture of Kirby Star in any manifestation. Now, the problem is signatures are supposed to be unique to an individual because they would be falsifiable. Meaning, I've never seen your signature before. How can I match it? But if you sign up, if you register to vote with a picture of Kirby, anyone in the world can draw that picture of Kirby. So in California, the challenge that
but not everybody has the same name, the same social security.
No, but the point is, if a ballot is received by a homeless shelter, anyone can
No,
fill.
I can draw smiley face as a signature.
No, but this dumbass's fucking argument, right? This dumb fuck's argument, this is so convoluted. His dumbass fucking argument is that actually Democrats do control elections, and it's not even Republicans claiming that they control elections. They factually do, because I could register my signature as a picture of Kirby fucking Star, and then because I registered my signature as Kirby fucking Star, some random person who somehow knows that I registered my signature as Kirby fucking Star
and has access to my information.
Yes, could then somehow fake as me at a polling place and then put a Kirby Star picture in my signature, and that could be counted as a valid ballot. You're retarded.
Yeah, honestly, that's the only stance I can go. Are you for real? Are you fucking special? Do you need help? How did you get here?
Fill it out and draw a picture of Kirby Star.
There's a limited number of ballots that get sent to registered voters who are registered with the state.
Well, it's
and go through a
universal
proper
mail-in
process.
voting, and for instance,
I mean, this guy is not engaging with the ridiculous example, which I think is correct. He is just going, this is irrelevant because even if what you were saying is true, it has no effect on the quality or validity of votes because the voting system would still be able to maintain its integrity even if every single individual was using the same signature. Which is true. Which is true. Because we don't...
This whole thing's made up.
Yeah, it's all made up, and even if it wasn't made up, we could all literally just sign our signature smiley face, and people would still have to get the other parts of your identification. They'd still have to, like, know your social, your birth year, like, and other things. They'd still have to get access to your your ID or your voter card.
There was a homeless shelter in Venice Beach that received 185 mail-in votes despite no one living there. And so,
Yes, because
again,
dog, homeless people are allowed to vote. And you have to put an address down. So they're going to put down a homeless shelter. Are you dumb? We know
Yes.
he is dumb, yeah.
people that live on the street have addresses registered to shelters because
Completely
they don't have
agree.
anywhere else to get mail.
He just said what I said, and then Tim was like, I agree, actually.
And so what we've already seen is undercover video showing that activists do go to places like Skid Row and secure voter registration, where in one video, a man who's clearly not a woman says his name is Teresa, sure, he'll fill it out. Now, the problem is that man will fill this out under the name Teresa. He will sign, he'll put an X, a mark, which is legal in California. The other issue is that ballots can be received. So it gets complicated, but in California, if a ballot is received before the election, it can be hand-dated. If it's received after the election, it has to be post-dated. However, a ballot can only be rejected if two independent officials can prove beyond a reasonable doubt it has violated one of these tenets. So I do take issue with Republicans saying voter fraud all the time when it's legal to do this in California. But I think if you go to a regular American and say...
Stop him from talking. Stop him from talking, please. He's just saying nonsense. Also, this is incongruent with his other claim that Democrats are claiming. Democrats are the ones claiming voter fraud. How can they be the ones rigging the system and claiming fraud?
Ask him this question, and I'll ask you this question. How did Nithya Raman surpass Karen Bass, both Democrats, in mail-in votes only after Election Day?
Because young people vote later, and Nithya Raman won the young vote.
Well, the truth is that the DSA on their website...
Oh, sweet Christ. Los Angeles chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America publishes a how-to ballot delivery guide that instructs volunteers to collect sealed, completed vote-by-mail ballots, return them through the DSA LA canvas leads, the mail-in or official ballot drop boxes. Critics call this ballot harvesting. The more neutral term is third-party ballot collection or ballot delivery, in which voters authorizes someone else to return a completed ballot. This is normal. Republican entities do this too.
It advocates for ballot harvesting, which is legal, and they're allowed to do it, and more power to them. It's very smart.
So do the Republicans. They go to senior centers all across the country and get.
We're gonna pause here.
Yeah. That's not voter fraud. That's just voting has been intentionally made harder in this country. So you have to help people vote. Even the Republicans know that they wouldn't be able to win if they didn't help the fucking walking corpses that vote for them vote.
Yeah, no fucking way. Everyone's so disenfranchised in this country and has so little interest in fucking being involved in politics because it's fucking turd sandwich versus giant douche. So they have no will to go vote. They don't feel like spending their day fucking dealing with that shit. So you have to incentivize and make it easier for people to do it because they just don't give a fuck anymore because they're just going to get tossed around and exploited either way. No fucking way, dude.
Honestly, and if a group who was willing, came up to me, I'd be like, fuck yeah, I go vote. And even then, if a group came up and was like, we'll deliver your vote for you, I'd go, hell yeah. Why? Yeah. Because last time I voted, I waited in line for 2 hours.
Literally.
It sucked.
Especially with
Voted
the
out
new
by the
district.
majority. Can head
Good
back
talking
to
with
your
you.
seat. If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
No contest. Likewise.
Elections, as you were talking about the other person before, I think are sacred. I think elections are sacred, and I believe that they are the most fundamental thing to American values and democracy. We have never seen, ever in American history, the attempt to subvert a free and fair election compared to how Donald Trump and his cronies did on January 6th. And I think that it's absolutely ridiculous to claim that that is somehow comparable to the Biden administration talking to Facebook and certain social media platforms to ban Donald Trump, when social media platforms have been under attack by Donald Trump as well. We had in Florida how the right now chair of the RNC is now pursuing legal action against Facebook, Twitter, etc., for banning Donald Trump, which was a decision that they made without Biden's interference.
Well, I don't think arguing like a civil litigation is it's hard to argue civil litigation as a big political issue. If there's a contract violation committed by a company and Trump wants to sue them, certainly if you have the opinion you don't believe that you believe there's malice there.
It's the current RNC chair.
Right.
That's
My
like
argument is
pursuing like regulatory action against them for
Right.
banning Donald Trump.
Right. So these are civil issues, and
Yes.
the challenge is I don't know the facts. You don't know the facts.
You don't think civil issues can be political?
They certainly can. But the point I'm making is that sometimes companies do bad things, and we need regulatory bodies to go after them. I'm in favor of that. Now, the question is, are the Republicans bad for doing it? Honestly, I don't know, because I don't know the underlying issues of the case. Maybe they are.
I can't neither confirm nor deny the position of the statement you used against me, because I do not know what the fuck you said, because I am a moron and do not speak the human language.
Maybe they're not.
So I'll bring up another instance. I mean, in Massachusetts, for example, we just had...
I do not know the instance you were talking about, so I can neither confirm nor deny the validity of your statements, and they cannot influence the outcome of this debate because of that.
2 Republicans who were running for attorney general and lieutenant governor who were literally faking signatures on their ballots.
Lock 'em up.
Literal dead people.
Yeah, lock 'em
who,
up.
And if you look at the papers, they're the same signature down the ballot.
Yeah.
It's the same person, this third party that they hired, who was literally had the same exact handwriting. And they tried, like,
Yeah, lock 'em up.
thousands of signatures across
Don't wait to keep.
Massachusetts
It's
were
bad.
then considered moot because they were literal dead people
Yeah,
from
it's
all
terrible.
across the state. And those are 2 Republicans.
Right.
And you have, I mean, there are countless instances of Republicans, not just Donald Trump, trying to subvert American elections. And I think that is one of the most authoritarian things that...
What is Tim even arguing? Because, okay, he seems to think him going, okay, yeah, lock up the Republicans, they're doing it as a gotcha. Your claim is that the Democrats are doing it more. Not that it is bad. Your claim is not blank is bad, punish anyone that is doing it. Your claim is a side is doing it more. Where are your examples, Tim?
anybody in this country can do
I
is to
agree,
subvert
completely.
the free and fair elections of the United States.
I think certainly that we have a problem with two ancient political parties. I think the real big picture is here, and I'm not saying this to dismiss your anger over what these Republicans did. You're certainly warranted to believe that. I agree. I think they should go to jail for that stuff. The problem is both political parties are playing this procedural game of trying to steal elections through through procedure instead of convincing people. The Republicans are redistricting in all of these different states to give themselves.
January 6th was procedure.
I'm talking right now about both parties engaged. Yeah, certainly January 6th was a riot and it was very, very bad. We can agree on those things. I'm saying that both.
Okay, but where you're now talking about Republicans gerrymandering, Tim. You're arguing against yourself now, Tim. Tim. What have the Democrats done other than Facebook? Tell us something the Democrats have done other than Facebook. God fucking damn it, Tim. You're arguing against yourself.
On a ballot.
Yeah, the only fucking thing you said is a thing that's not true, and then the thing that's kind of true, but also not what you said.
Both parties have these procedural efforts to increase their ability to win elections. Right now, Republicans are redistricting
I fundamentally disagree with that, because Republicans were the ones that voted against a bill to ban gerrymandering federally in the United States. Republicans were the ones that continuously denied the fact that Joe Biden won the 2020 election free and fair. Democrats have not once, and they have been very consistent on this, on protecting American elections. It's in our name.
Democrats in
democracy.
2016 accused Donald Trump and his associates of being Russian assets and trying to steal the election at the behest of a foreign adversary, going so far to accuse the president.
Yeah, but let's be real.
Trump probably is a Russian asset.
Let's be real. Those are very credible. Those were very credible accusations.
Like, just look at the way Donald Trump moves, bro. How the fuck is he not benefiting Russia, like, all the time? All the time. Look at the way this man moves.
One of
He
the
very well
first
could be a fucking Russian asset.
One of
Like,
the first things he did once the Strait of Hormuz started, like, fucking with oil supplies is unrestrict Russian oil. The first thing!
I mean, there's an argument that this whole war was so that people have to get oil from Russia. This whole conflict in the Middle East was to distract away from Ukraine. There's a valid argument to say that he is like a hardcore Russian asset, and everything he does has benefited Russia. You can literally tie almost everything he has done to benefiting Russia or increasing his own wallet.
Or Netanyahu. It's the triad. Wallet, Putin, Netanyahu. Wallet, Putin, Netanyahu. It's the Trinity, the Holy Trinity there. Yeah, I mean, also, those accusations are not election denial. They're not! That's not... They'd have nothing to do with your claim!
And
They're
they have nothing
separate.
to do with authoritarianism. They have nothing to do with anything. Yeah.
Of the United States of treason. There was a multi-year investigation that cost tens of millions of dollars that ended up being nothing. That's election denial. Now, I don't think that's as bad as a bunch of people storming the Capitol. That's terrifying and substantially worse. Physical violence. But yeah.
You just said it's terrifying and substantially worse. You just conceded your claim. Your claim is the Democrats are worse at this. Even assuming what you're saying isn't bullshit, which it is bullshit, you just conceded. You just conceded, Tim.
And it doesn't refute any of his previous claims.
No.
He didn't refute anything. He just said, oh yeah, but the Democrats did this.
And then after that, he said, with this guy threw in, oh, what about January 6th? He was like, and yes, that was substantially worse. The claim is which one is worse. Not that they both do it.
History of this country going back decades, it would be a bit naive to say that the political parties aren't doing everything in their power to steal power from each other.
Again, so I mean, I don't want to pivot to Mueller, which in fact also.
But also, we shouldn't get caught up in being like Republicans are bad because Republicans
when Mueller
are bad.
passed away, rest in peace, an American hero. Donald Trump literally said, "I'm glad he's dead."
That's awful.
And he no.
What? Ooh. Oh, gross.
Yeah, what the fuck? I don't know this guy.
Oh no.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I think a vessel just exploded in my brain a little. Oh my god.
Dude, liberals are to be studied, man. An American hero. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no. Jesus, no.
Longer can hurt innocent people.
I know.
So, like, again, another instance of Republicans, I would consider threats
Throw him
against
out there,
people
brother.
like that authoritarian.
Throw him out there. When he said that, I said it was disgusting. I mean, it's horrifying. But it doesn't change the fact that Bernie
You also
Sanders,
called Democrats evil,
Bernie
actually,
Sanders had the
Twitter
election
quite
taken
often.
away from
That's a
him
separate
illicitly. I think in 2016, I was fervent for Bernie. He was talking about securing borders because the Koch brothers, industrialists, wanted to bring in cheap labor. He was talking about getting better wages for the working class, supporting unions. And I said, this is the only guy who's been speaking to issues for the past 20 years that actually matter to working class American people.
Do you
And
still
what did
hold
the
those
Democratic,
beliefs?
absolutely, and what did the Democratic Party do? They used superdelegates to make sure he could not win.
Okay, so first off, I'm a big fan of Bernie myself, so I guess it's something you could get on there. I will say that if you as a supporter.
Okay. I mean, that's the first example he's given that might actually be an example of democratic authoritarianism. Is them rigging their primary and then going, we actually have no democratic like obligation to our constituents during the primary, and we can assign superdelegates however we want.
Which actually isn't authoritarianism, because there's still going to be a free and fair election at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And every single person could vote for Bernie Sanders and independent, write-in if they wanted to. They cannot vote for a Democratic candidate. Like, this is in no way authoritarianism. It doesn't prove any forms of authoritarianism. It's wrong. I've spoken out against that same thing. I think they're pieces of shit for doing it, but it just doesn't prove his point in any way.
No, yeah, because once again, like, they're not a government institution. They are, correctly as they said, a private institution.
Yeah, they're their own party. They don't even have to have primary.
No, yeah, like that 100%. So while I think it's like kind of a kind of authoritarian light, they're not a government. So
yeah. Of Donald Trump, I find it kind of ironic that you believe in anything closely related to Bernie Sanders. I'll give you a few examples.
9 million people who are Democrats voted for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yeah, and I also say 3 million, like millions of people, I think it was a couple million in West Virginia, your state, that voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary and then had to switch to Donald Trump.
Dude, he's that close to me? He's that close to me? Oh, shit. I could go to his compound.
Criticize my own party for that, and I think that that was wrong. My point is not that the Democratic Party has never ever used something or participated, I would say, in bad faith in elections.
That is, dude, you suck. Like, that's not the claim at overall. You're getting lost. I'm glad he's about to, that red flag is filling up, because what are you talking about, brother? What are you talking about? Fucking read the prompt. Read the prompt.
All of these people honestly suck at debating. It's really crazy. That
we see consistently from Republicans, like consistently over and over again.
Parties.
Again, I think that that's like both parties are all bad. You literally had Donald Trump try to subvert the free and fair election.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Actually, the way the prompt is phrased, you don't even need to go to bat for the Democrats. Alls you have to do is go, so what is your example? That is not authoritarianism. Give me a new example. That is not authoritarianism. Give me a new example. That's all they don't have to be going out to bat for the Democrats. You don't even have to make claims about the Republicans, because the prompt reads, the Democratic Party has embraced authoritarianism.
Yep.
You don't have to talk about the Republicans at all.
Straight up, like, that would have been my argumentation line from the very get-go with the very first shit he brought up about COVID and Twitter and all the different lies he said. Every single time I would have just been, you're a fucking liar if they can't fact check me and prove to me that you're not a fucking liar right now. I'm assuming that you're a fucking liar because that sounds made up as shit. Oh, someone spreading COVID misinformation and getting taken off the internet? Yeah, that's not authoritarianism in any way at all. Literally has nothing to do with authoritarianism. You're an idiot who doesn't even know the definitions of your own fucking debate proposition, dumbass. Like, this could have been the whole thing. Like, they could have just been absolutely eviscerating him this whole time, just pointing out that he's just bringing up shit that's either not authoritarianism or has nothing, or is just like an abject lie. It's one of the two every single time.
I mean, straight up fact, like, everyone bringing up the Republican Party is actually getting sidetracked, because the prompt has nothing to do with it. The prompt has nothing to do with it.
I'm a debate about, are the Republicans authoritarian, which, you know,
they are, but that's, again, it doesn't say more, it doesn't say anything, it just says, have embraced.
Yep.
Good talking with you, man.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Seems good, master debater, bro.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming. Appreciate
I just noticed the guys in the circle are raising their hand before they go up.
Yeah.
I wonder if they all pre-planned to not, like, fight over it with each other.
So,
Yeah, you're not going to have me defending the Democratic Party. I mean,
Let's go.
I feel like a lot of people.
And I don't want to defend Republicans
we're moving
either.
towards fascism on both sides. I do want to bring up two unique things that Trump has done that no one has ever done in
Get him out right away. Get him right. The prompt is not about. Get him out.
For a poll he didn't like in the state of Idaho. And I think the biggest issue is the Israel issue.
Yeah.
So you have someone like Trump who, sold TikTok to Larry Ellison, and he also owns CBS News.
Oh yeah, Paramount entirely.
Right. I think we both agree that's just not good, where you give someone a media apparatus, and a social media apparatus like TikTok. And then
these things worry me for sure.
Okay.
I think where we're going to agree with like Democrat and Republicans is the issue of Israel, particularly.
Yes.
If we're talking about authoritarianism, this is why I say like don't make me defend Republicans. Like there's some things I will, but the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, I feel like as an establishment, largely align with each other, and then there are these like lesser issues that divide. And I think when you look
these
at
guys are
TikTok,
just shitting out of their
I'll tell you this:
Both of them.
TikTok was sold explicitly because of Israel.
Right.
Oh my God.
They promote progressive
We're gonna
content,
skip
progressive
this guy.
ideology. We can't do this. Democrats said content critical.
Nothing
we've
is
got to ban
being
TikTok
said here.
passed,
Nothing.
signed with supporter of
Nothing.
it,
Nothing.
large-
Oh my
I'm pretty
God.
sure he runs out the time on this debate
this
topic.
is the fascism we're talking about. So when you have, Russia
Yeah,
and
I
China
just
that
skipped
don't
past this guy entirely.
that has these
Yeah, he's.
We're gonna move on to the next debate topic.
Whatever the military-industrial complex.
No, yeah, I agree.
Okay,
But
we're
Yeah,
gonna
that
pause
guy
here.
sucked.
You've been voted out by
That
the
was the
majority.
worst
Can we
guy.
take
Well, we
action?
got a little bit. Nice meeting you.
Dude, did he even
If
read
you'd
the
like to be the
prompt?
next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you.
Gotta say, I'm not a fan of either party, to be honest.
Let's go.
Same boat as you on that one.
Yeah.
The left embracing authoritarianism. Right now, that they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't have the White House, they don't have a majority in the Supreme Court. If these guys are authoritarian, they're the crappiest authoritarians I have ever seen. They got to go back to authoritarian school and learn how to be authoritarians.
Well, or how to win. Right? Losing, you can still be an authoritarian. Like Nazis lose power, but they're still Nazis.
Well, they're losing.
What the fuck are these people? God damn it. They're so dumb. What?
They're losing at all levels. They're losing everywhere.
Yeah, the Republicans crushed them. And I think
Doesn't mean they're authoritarians, though.
Well, no, I mean, you can be an authoritarian and lose, right?
Okay, so there's three actual elements that we need to talk about authoritarianism. One is dismantling of institutions, one is eliminating your opponent, and suspending elections.
Those are very specific claims to some authoritarians.
I haven't seen...
No, that's like authoritarianism, actually. This guy is not arguing very well, but he defined it. He did pretty much define it.
Those elements present within the left at all.
Donald Trump was arrested several times.
With exception of one.
We have a legal system, dog. He broke the fucking law.
I think we can skip this guy too. The whole like coming up and being like, I'm not going to defend the Democratic Party.
If you're not going to do it, you're not following the prompt. I don't like the Democrats either. Neither of us do. But the prompt is to defend them.
Yes.
From
and
this one claim.
This whole thing, as you pointed out, he is the one making a positive statement, right?
Yeah.
So it is in his earnest to defend this statement. This is not a debate proposition wherein which you should be coming up and defending something, right? This is a debate proposition wherein which you should be attacking his evidence. He is the one making a positive statement. So like y'all just literally know fuck all about debate. You're being really annoying.
His claim his claim was the Democratic Party has embraced authoritarianism. You must then prompt him to expand upon that.
Claim 3, the United States is tracking towards a civil war.
I got my Civil War token! The whole fucking claim is about the Civil War. Oh my god. Well, okay, let's be fair. The Civil War, I shouldn't even get to do that. That was a free slot. That was the free slot everyone gets.
We can literally just skip this whole topic, to be real. Like,
actually, we'll listen to the first person, but you're right. I'm not interested because this is such a fucking stupid claim.
Towards a civil war.
If you'd like to be the first debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Yes! This guy!
Welcome back.
Yep. You miss me?
Work his body!
Listen, I think that we are getting closer towards a peak of civil unrest in this country, and in all honesty, I'm going to blame people like you. This entire time, you've been trying to blur the line between what separates you and a person like me and everybody in this circle. Okay. The truth is, you don't agree. On your show, you have 5 white supremacists around you and 1 liberal lawyer talking about why we should protect the Constitution. On Twitter, you're mentioning the Civil War and why we need to have a Civil War 24/7.
I've never said we need to have a civil war.
No, what you've said.
You have. You fucking have. You called for a civil war. You've called for it. You were calling for it so often, you're now afraid of anyone on your show talking about violence in any capacity because you almost got removed from YouTube.
Civil War numerous times. Slates of screenshots over the last 4 years alone.
Saying
That's,
that
I'm not
there
done.
will
Talking
be
about shooting
one
ivermectin
is
up your
very-
ass,
I've
and
never
then
talked
all
to-
the time.
I've
Stop
never-
talking.
You have called for one, Tim. You're fucking lying. This guy knows your rap sheet. I appreciate his energy because yeah, he's calling him. He's like, I could give you screens of or pages
I love
of
how he
screenshots.
just threw in how he talked about boofing ivermectin when it has nothing to do with the topic too. I love that he just like threw that in there. He was
That's
just
what
like,
I'm saying.
and
He's just like,
and you put
work
ivermectin
it, work
up
at
your
him,
ass.
work at him, and then throws in an unrelated left jab. Work at him, little unrelated left jab.
Advocating for ivermectin.
Yeah,
you have literally no idea what you're talking about. You've not done any research, and you've never used Google. I've never advocated for ivermectin, not once.
He's not going to stop talking. You're going to waste
I've never used it. I've never used ivermectin. I said no.
Hold on.
You shouldn't use it.
I'm going to get to
so
the point
if you
here.
want to make things up,
Are you an
and
intellectual or are you too much of a child
you
to
want
stop
to just
talking?
waste time, then we can waste time. But if you have an
You're
actual
wasting time
argument,
right now, yeah.
so if
I'm
you
about to give it to
agree
you.
with me on the issue, but you don't
Typically-
like me, then we can agree and you can
No, I
leave.
think you're responsible. I think
That's
you're
fine.
responsible.
You can get up
An
and leave
individual
then.
like you're mad.
If you agree,
you just don't want to finish. You know where I'm going to go with this.
Do you agree?
You so mistrust the
You're
United
allowed
States
to blame me
institution.
all you want, and then we can agree and you can leave.
You just want to run away from the
Are
conversation?
you here to dispute my claim or agree with it?
I think you're responsible.
That's fantastic. Thank you and have a nice day.
Oh, you don't want to hear why you're responsible?
It doesn't matter because you're here to dispute my claims, right? Not
It
agree
doesn't
with
matter.
me?
You don't. All of a sudden, you want to stick to the definition of your claims when it comes to just about.
Yeah, actually, this guy's so valid. Yeah, work his body here. No one, not one fucking person on the last claim stuck to the claim. The entire last 2 people weren't even talking about the Democrats. So, yeah, why do you suddenly want to hide behind the claim now that you're getting fucking cockshotted?
Everything
Are you supposed to agree with me and sit here and agree
You're not
with
going
me?
to stop talking, are you?
Actually, everyone loves it. Everyone loves it. That guy's smile is great.
You sit here and agree
Are you
with
going to
me?
control yourself? You're like 50 years old,
You're
bro.
gonna sit
Calm
here and
down.
agree with me?
Calm down.
You come down.
I
you
don't
sit
agree
down,
with you. I
don't
disagree
shake
with you on
hands,
everything.
You make fake claims.
Of course I do.
I've
If
never
anybody's
advocated-
doing something
never
that they don't actually
never
believe in, it's
advocated
you
for
because you're getting
ivermectin.
paid by
In
other
fact,
countries.
I argued
You're
with
an
Joe
asset
Rogan
for our
on
foreign
his show.
adversaries, bro.
I
You're an
advocated on
asset
Joe
for our foreign
Rogan's show
adversaries.
against.
Nice. He is an asset. He was being paid by Russia directly. Get him. Fucking work him.
David, can you please address the claim?
I think America is getting closer to civil war, and it's all because of people like Tim Pool.
Thank you for agreeing with me. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you're a coward, bro.
Well, if you don't agree with me, I don't know why you're here. Also, I would recommend doing research before you come to a place like this.
If you'd like to be the next debater.
Dude, that was awesome.
He's a little bitch boy coward. I'm glad we got to see that. Let's move on to the next debate
Please head to the chair.
Is this
3,
the fuck's
2,
debate problem?
1.
To you again.
Who the fuck cares?
First time we
Who
talked
we
about
got
this
in
was
there?
in 2019.
Oh wait,
so
let's
it's been
wait
quite
for
a
this
while
guy.
before
Yeah,
that
Mason's
calling for
good.
Civil war.
I've never called for civil war.
Or not calling for. I'm sorry. Said that we're on
Important
the brink
distinction.
of civil war.
And what was the citation I had for when I said that?
I would love you.
It was
tell
The
me.
Atlantic.
Okay.
And it was a journalist who interviewed several national security experts who said that there is a range of opinions in the national security space that the U.S. is trending towards a civil war. Notably, that when you cite people like Stephen Marsh, journalist, as well as Barbara F. Walter, former CIA, the U.S. academics describe the period that we're in as civil strife, meaning there's a criteria of death that has occurred for political reasons over the past year or years, for which the next phase would be civil war. However, tracking towards it, I've not said that it will happen. Although there's been many people who have said that we are in a cold civil war or some kind of cultural civil war, I always caveat because I don't actually have a strong prediction.
This is the most he's actually made points towards any of his claims, and it's because he talks about civil war more than anything. This is his main topic, just like how Candace Owens' main topic now is that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
First of all, you do have a strong prediction if you've been saying this since 2019. There's
Well,
42.
reading articles about
People
it,
can
sure.
look this up. There's
Yeah.
42 of your titles that have the word civil war in it
Correct.
with big fonts on the front.
They sure do.
So why is that? It's sensationalist. It's easy to get clicks on that. There's a reason why you say it because it's very profitable for your business.
Not necessarily.
But
We have
there comes a point-
1,600
Tim Pool,
episodes of
Tim
just
Pool, Tim
IRL.
Pool. There comes a point where people stop taking your predictions seriously.
Are you going to make an
If you've
argument,
said-
or are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm
Okay,
trying
then
to
let's make an
explain.
argument about whether
I'm
or not
trying.
we are tracking. No.
He's real mad. Okay, I'm glad we saw the one before this, because we've all seen this storm off highlight. He got big mad by the guy behind him. Also, I love that this guy's directly behind Tim Pool, because he's been making faces the whole time.
I know, that like little cry face is so peak right there.
Yeah, these guys, Mason and the other guy are they're double teaming him right now. Like,
Yeah.
Mason's fucking him in the face while the other
He's
guy...
straight up getting Eiffel Tower as we speak.
he's getting Eiffel
Straight up
Tower
getting Eiffel
right
Tower.
now. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
witnessing it. This
If
is
you're
gonna
making
have
an
to be
argument,
put
you
up
don't
on
like
the
my
hub.
thumbnails, or you say my name over and over again.
I'm saying that you say bullshit in order to get money. But what
Let me
I
ask
really
you-
think
let
is
me ask you a
the
question.
predictions.
Let me
Hold
ask you-
on.
let me ask you a question you can't
I
answer.
agree with you that there's increased polarization. I would attribute a lot of that to people being specifically online.
Let me ask-
There's
I
a
don't
lot
disagree.
less
I
interaction with
completely
people
agree.
that are in
Sure.
different camps.
Let me ask you a question.
But you're going to sit here and tell me that we're way more polarized than fucking Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr, who like shot each other with their disagreements. You're going to
Why
tell me
was
that
Aaron
Andrew
Daniels-
Jackson, who's the sitting
Do you
president,
want to have a
calling people out for
conversation, or are you just going to be
duels,
angry?
is not
Why was
polarization?
Aaron Danielson shot in the chest twice?
Sorry?
Why was Aaron Danielson shot in the chest
I'm
twice?
not disagreeing that political violence is
Answer
taking
the
place
question. You say
Tim
Alexander
Pool.
Hamilton and Aaron Burr, but then when I ask you a question about an assassination, you defer.
Because it's pointless.
Let me ask you a question.
Have any relevance?
And
There's
it
no
doesn't happen.
relevance.
And
I
you're
never
gonna say,
said
it just
there
hasn't
was.
happened yet.
Let me ask you a
Or
question.
if it does happen, you say, see, I've had it all
Let me
along.
ask you a
You are
question.
the same thing as
Let-
like the
let me
Christian rapture
ask you
people
a
who say
question.
that the rapture's coming every fucking year,
Are
and
you-
when it doesn't happen,
do
it's
you want a
like, oh, it's just not
soapbox?
happening.
Do you want me to get you a
I'm just saying,
soapbox?
It's really
I can leave.
easy.
You want me to-
It's
you want me to
really
go?
easy to
You want me
like
to
do
leave?
what you do.
You want me to
It's
leave?
really easy to do what you do. Like you literally just say,
Bye.
Civil War is
Bye,
happening
bitch.
next year. Civil War is happening
Yeah.
next year. It's coming. Make sure you subscribe to Timcast. Continue to watch my videos, please. Follow us on YouTube. Follow us on Instagram. It's easy to do what you do, bro.
He even put on the beanie. Did he just pull that out?
Yeah, he
Where did
whipped
he
that
get
out.
that?
He whipped that out. Yeah. Watch. Fucking, he did it so smooth. He did it so
Say
smooth.
that the rapture's coming every fucking year,
Are
and
you-
when it doesn't happen,
do
it's
you want a
like, oh, it's just not
soapbox?
happening.
Do you want me to get you a
I'm just saying,
soapbox?
it's really
I can leave.
easy.
You want me to-
It's
you want me to
really
go?
easy to
You want
like
me to
do
leave?
what you do.
You want me to
It's
leave?
really easy to do.
He whipped that shit out of, like, his crotch.
Bro, he had this planned. This man is that's peak.
That is
He
peak.
opted the fuck out of him.
Dude, yeah, he like rage bait investigated him.
Like,
That's
you literally just
nuclear
say,
grade rage bait.
Civil War is happening next year. Civil War is happening next year. It's coming. Make sure you subscribe to Timcast.
I'm glad these people are actually just clowning on his ass here. Because what is this claim? I was like, we both recognized
How
right
do you
away.
even debate this? How do you even debate this?
Like, how do you debate this? And you know what? This is what I would have done too, because both of us, we saw the claim and immediately we were like, it's not even worth watching, because no one can debate this. This is a meaningless, nothing fucking burger claim.
Yep.
So why debate it? So actually, what do? You take the opportunity to dunk on Tim, because this is his most meaningless yet most widely and tightly held topic. He never shuts the fuck up about Civil War. So yeah, dunk on him. These guys are actually goated for this. Both these guys did a great job. What was the other guy's name, actually?
What is
David.
his name?
David. So David and Mason, you guys did an awesome job. You guys did an awesome job. Great job. that this is exactly how you should have done it. Because there's no way to actually debate this, and there's no reason to debate this.
Yeah. Everyone else has kind of sucked so far, to be real, but yeah.
Yeah.
Continue to watch my videos, please. Follow us on YouTube, follow us on Instagram. It's easy to do what you do, bro.
GG. Hit him with the GGs, yeah.
Nobody's actually had a debate yet? Are we going to actually talk about whether it will or will not happen? I mean, sounds like it's gonna.
Why would we? Like, that's the question, is like, why would we? What's the relevance?
Yeah, like, who the fuck cares, dumb fuck?
It might. I don't fucking care. Like, why would I even argue against it? It's like fucking arguing if the sky's purple. Maybe it is. I don't fucking care. It doesn't change anything. At all.
All right. If you'd like to be the next debater.
Welcome.
I just want to see if this guy dunks on him too. If he actually starts debating, we're skipping.
Constantly fueled by the people that are already in charge, that are up on top, that are already wealthy, and that already have power over the entire government. Donald Trump has 8 billionaires in his administration, including himself. You see his sons profiting, you see his friends profiting, you see everyone in close ties with him profiting. They're not going to give up this power. I don't think we're on the verge of a civil war. I think we're due for a revolution. Well, and I hope that's peaceful. I hope that's not violent.
I mean, I guess that's a take you could say, is like, what do you fucking mean by civil war? No, it's gonna be the poor versus the rich. That's not really a civil war. I guess that is a valid interpretation.
I'm down for revolution, so.
But yeah, like, I would almost yeah, the language of civil war kind of implies that it's gonna be fought alongside party lines, right?
Yeah, which I agree with this guy's take that it's going to be the people finally have a fuck enough and they uprise, and then some like Christian right-wing nationalists like support the capitalists, but for the most part the workers unite and overthrow the pedophilic elite. Like, I agree with this.
Yeah, I still just said, like, I'm still saying we skip to the next claim just because this still has no relevance on anything.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
Because, like, even if the prompt was, we're primed for a revolution, or like, revolution is impending, it's kind of like, okay, it doesn't actually fucking matter if it is.
And what's tracking, what's impending, like, yeah, eventually is there probably going to be a revolution? Yeah, eventually will there be a civil war or revolution in America at some point? Yeah. Who cares?
The prompt is just so bad. Oh my god, they stay on this one actually for so fucking long. Yo. They stay on this prompt for 21 minutes? Okay, this claim also, what the fuck does this mean? And actually, I kind of probably agree. Because, like, no one's holding Trump accountable. He's violated the Constitution a shitload of times and is actively trying to dismantle parts of it. So, like, I don't know, maybe. But I also I kind of just want to know, what the fuck does he mean about it? Right? Like, what does he mean?
The claim is that the Constitution effectively does not exist anymore.
If you'd like to be the first debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Going well.
So, what is the purpose of the claim?
That guy's dripped out.
So, the first question is, what is a constitution? The Constitution, it actually refers
What is
to
the purpose of this claim is the perfect way to open this up. I actually really fuck with that.
As of right now, I would make the argument that first, what is known to most people, the interpretation of the Constitution dramatically has changed over the past several hundred years, not just with amendments, but with the language itself, though. Many people might argue they're originalists, some might say they're textualists. It doesn't even matter if they claim those things because their view of the Constitution has changed. As of today, there's actually two distinct large body politics, if that's the way you say it, and they do not agree on the interpretation of the Constitution.
Why did he say that like people don't know? Why, Tim, you're the stupidest person in this room almost mathematically. Why would you clarify, like, don't try to correct me on this, I'm saying it right, I know I'm saying it right. You're so insecure about being stupid.
No, he really is, though.
Constitution. Thus, we are seeing claims the Supreme Court is no longer legitimate. We've seen that for some time now. We see Republicans angry with Amy Coney Barrett and Kavanaugh over their rulings, and we are now hearing arguments that politicians should just ignore the Constitution outright, or the Supreme Court, I'm sorry, in this capacity, even though this would violate the Constitution.
But that wouldn't necessarily work, because if the Founding Fathers were creating the document, they knew that this was going to continuously progress because they believed in the modernization of the United States that was going to continuously go forward. That's why you had Lincoln making the Reconstruction era amendments, and even the Progressive era amendments, like the 16th Amendment with the income tax, the 17th Amendment.
We're not arguing amendments.
But what I'm saying is that the Constitution has always been able
that
to...
jacket is fresh as fuck.
I agree. I fuck with it heavy.
Dude, his hair is so, like, crazy, too. He's got...
I love his hair, but I feel like it doesn't suit his head. Like, I feel like he has a very small head for how large his hair is.
No, I was about to say, yeah, his head is a little small for the hair, because he's got a lot of volume there, but it looks like a lion's mane on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sick hairstyle, but I feel like, yeah, it just doesn't really suit this particular individual. But I fuck with his style.
No, yeah, here's a little detail that's kind of crazy. He's got a necklace and a ring that perfectly match the black of his glasses rim.
Yeah.
Like, this dude is fashioned.
Progress and change. If you're looking for the issues when it comes to the Supreme Court and what everybody else believes, that happens on the left and on the right. Everyone has the disagreements when it comes to the Supreme Court. But the problem is when you look at the Trump administration, what they're currently doing right now is making executive orders saying that they're going to ask questions about the 14th Amendment, when the reality is that he wanted to change the first section of the 14th Amendment to his own.
Is anyone stopping him?
The Supreme Court did, actually. Not only did the Supreme Court stop them, initially, that's what he was promised, he was hoping did not happen. That's why he was sitting in April with the Supreme Court.
I don't understand why we transitioned to talking about this other to try and teach Tim a lesson about what's going on since he's a moron.
What's the last proposition? Because we might just skip this one, too. I mean, shit.
Yeah, because, like, what the fuck does it matter? Okay.
I literally give zero fucks. I would wipe my ass with our Constitution. I don't give a singular shit about this fucking debate proposition. It's probably funny because Tim probably looks like a dumb fuck throughout all of it, but...
Wait, this was a highlight one in this section, so let's skip to this guy.
Alright. But yeah, it's like, who the fuck cares about this proposition at all?
What is the point of telling a bunch of different progressives that a bunch of things that we all agree with?
I don't know, you tell me.
What is the point of that? You're sitting within this pocket of safe moderation, right?
Yep.
You are a former Bernie bro, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, I agree with you. I was there when the bird landed on the podium in Portland. I was fucking there,
amazing,
man.
huh?
I completely agree. And we both probably got disenfranchised by our party, right?
I didn't vote for anybody in 2016. Yeah.
Sure, hell yeah, you did your part then. Right? So my question is, what is the point of arguing this with a bunch of people who agree with you? Shouldn't you be surrounded by a bunch of people that you so-called condemn?
I guess it's a production question. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't know what you to say. I have claims, and if we agree, I guess we can all smile and shake hands.
But like, this is a direct question to you. Like, why sit in this pocket of moderation if you so clearly condemn everything that's going on the right? A group that is so clearly eroding the Constitution. Why are you sitting here arguing with people that agree with you?
Is your argument that I should be a progressive or a liberal because I don't like what's happening to the Constitution?
No, I think you should be a little bit louder about the things that you actually believe instead of this like safe beanie wearing moderate.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, I
I like this because this is another attack of being like, Tim, what are you doing? What are you doing, you lying, grifting weasel? What is this claim? How do you even talk about this? What's the fucking point? You made a claim that you probably know that most progressives agree with, since the current administration is literally dismantling the Constitution. So yeah, this guy's right. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Everything that the right has done.
I didn't say I condemn everything the right has done. Okay. Let's put it like this. When I look at the option in 2020 between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, I was actually supporting Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. And the Democratic Party does what the Democratic Party does. So I said, okay, well, who's the guy who's going to have my back more than them? These people I view as authoritarian, bad for a bunch of different reasons. And Trump's first term, it was a nightmare what they were doing.
Right.
And Donald Trump put out his second...
You could not force me to say that I supported Tulsi Gabbard. Like, you could torture
Literally
me
the worst two candidates you could have ever imagined. Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. Like, shut the fuck up.
I mean, Andrew Yang is a fucking goober loser capitalist, but, like, Tulsi Gabbard was such a bad fucking candidate and is such a grifter herself. So
Dude.
Obviously was just she is part of the Trump cabinet.
Going from Bernie Sanders to Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard is diabolical.
You're right. That's diabolical.
Term agenda, and
That
I said,
is
you know what, there's a bunch of
insane.
these things I agree with, and the Democratic Party I find to be, it is untenable what they have done.
Tim, like, you are a smart guy. I'm not going to sit here and call you dumb and shake my...
You're being too... Dude, don't slide him like that. He doesn't deserve it. I know you're trying to rope him in with kindness and be like, come on, Tim. Maybe don't be a dipshit. Come on, buddy. You want to play with the cool kids, right? You want to be part of the cool
dropped out of
kids?
middle school. Like, can we be honest? Yeah. Like,
my head at you. You're a
no,
smart
fuck
guy.
up. I would
How
be
are
so
you so easily
disrespectful to
calm?
Tim Pool if we met in real life.
For real.
It would be insane.
He doesn't deserve any of this because, like, the truth is he's doing this because he's a grifter. And this is entirely a publicity stunt for him to be like, see, I'm a moderate. That's why he asked dumbass claims like this.
What?
In what way?
Saying that, like, well, no, he's going to do what he says he's going to do.
What do you mean? Like, give me specifics.
Okay.
Like, I appreciate the line of thought, but you got to be specific.
Give me a specific about something that you voted for Donald Trump to do.
Tariffs.
How did that work out?
Fantastic for me.
Yeah, we're all rich, right? We're all cruising. That's working out for us.
Well, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding among people who don't do manufacturing or run businesses on the issue of tariffs. So for me, the issue of trade control was extremely important, and we don't see that from the Democratic Party, so I voted for that. Trump did it, and I fully acknowledge that there's negative repercussions.
There is no fucking way you benefited, Tim, from tariffs. You are lying. You are lying.
He has no understanding, especially saying I'm an American manufacturer. You know how American manufacturers benefit from tariffs? They use the public information that there will be inflation due to these tariffs to do even more inflation so they can make even more profit. That's the only way they've been.
Blame tariffs, yeah.
Yes, and I mean, that is true that capitalists consistently do that. We see, like, literally American oil production is impacted 0% by the Strait of Hormuz, yet oil prices skyrocket up. You know, like we see during COVID, you know, we saw that the vast majority of inflation was actually just purely corporate profits. So we do consistently see that. But the fact of the matter is that the tariffs did actually produce inflation, and then corporations price gouge us on top of this. But
yeah, which overall still is hurting the economy, especially in specific markets like merchandise. I know you're talking about merchandise, and there's just factually no way you're seeing better returns on merchandise.
when you're not the manufacturer, no shot.
There's no shot. And we know you're not the manufacturer. We know you're
Also,
not.
who the fuck is buying your merchandise, Tim Pool? Shut your bitch ass up. Like, what the fuck are you talking
But it's called spending money to fix problems down the road.
Why are you willing to erode the Constitution, something that you so vehemently fought
No,
for?
I think Democrats erode the Constitution substantially more.
How?
So,
oh my god, actually, he's the GOAT for just finally. He's like the first person to just go, how, Tim? He's the first person to just go, how, Tim?
That's the thing is Tim's made positive claims throughout all of this, and nobody has explored Tim's worldview. They keep like trying to play defense for Democrats, which is just like a losing battle, and why I hate liberals in general, right? Is like this whole thing is supposed to be 20 people challenging Tim's worldview. This whole thing has been 20 people playing defense for Democrats. That's
With
what this
two
whole thing
people trolling him, and one person finally actually understanding how challenging a positive claim works.
This has literally been 20 progressives defend the Democrats who they don't even fucking believe in, right? Because as a progressive, you inherently, if you're actually progressive, you inherently, like some of these people aren't progressives, but if you're actually a progressive, you inherently believe that the Democratic Party is a failed apparatus, right? So.
Yeah. Which, I'd say 17, or everyone except Mason, David, and this guy, which I can't seem to get his name on here. This guy have been the only ones to not really do that.
Yeah.
We can talk about the First Amendment. We can talk about the Biden administration.
I fucking love David in the background, actually. He has been ST. Like, he's the whole reason you should watch this.
Yeah,
Mason had a good moment too, but he's
going and get people banned.
David is
That's
golden.
the easiest one.
Right, yeah.
We can talk about the Fourth Amendment.
I remember that nasty Democrat, Brandon Carr, who took down Jimmy Kimmel, the stand-up comedian that
What did
I
Carr
also
say?
am.
What did Carr say?
He made a call directly to NBC. Why should unilateral government power be used like that? And why are you just saying, I condemn that, but you're actively doing nothing to fight it?
No. I think the issue largely is regulatory bodies exist. I agree with the existence of regulatory bodies. Sometimes they do things you don't like. You didn't like it here, but I'm sure you like regulatory bodies.
Okay, why the fuck were you talking about Facebook then?
Because he's a hypocritical, lying, dumbass piece of shit.
Yeah, every time he it's so good to make him say things, like to just go, why, Tim? Because when he does it, he shows he's a giant grifting hypocrite. He can't help but to walk over himself.
Elsewhere. So I'm not going to come out and pretend to be angry about something that is complicated or litigation we don't understand, because it's tribal points for me. I'm going to...
Let's get to the next
And choose who you would like to continue the dialogue with.
I think I'll go with... I like this guy.
Why did you choose Luke?
He had asked me questions about why I believed what I believed, or why I would vote the way that I did, and I thought he was genuine. I thought we could have a good conversation. So I'm interested in hearing also what he thinks and what he believes, and where maybe we'll disagree and agree.
My surrounded claim is that in 2026, all moderates are cowards.
That's an awesome claim to target at Tim, actually.
I love it, yeah.
All right, well, no.
Sure, yeah.
I certainly don't think I am. I think that one of the biggest problems that we have in this country is media polarization.
Totally.
There are family members of mine that only watch MS Now, and there are family members of mine that only watch Fox News, and I watch both. And so then I see, when I turn on MS Now...
You watch two liberal news medias.
I was about to say, are those supposed to be, like, notably different? Like, MS Now is very right-wing. I'm Okay.
They're the most left wing of the right wing. But that's
I'm
like,
so confused.
yeah, it's so stupid. This is like way back, like this was like I mean, at this point, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, when I got mad at Aubrey for talking about how most news organizations are like liberal, and he meant like progressive.
You know, I love the right-wing argument for that because most journalists are actually liberal Democrat voters, right? That is factually true that the majority of journalists themselves are liberal Democratic voters. But who do the majority of newspapers as corporations back?
Yeah, and those journalists don't get to choose how the information that those orgs buy from them gets displayed or used.
We literally just studied this in American foreign policy, like that exact topic of like this debate of whether media is controlled by like liberals or Republicans, like Democrats or Republicans. And that's exactly what it broke down, is that basically the majority of journalists vote Democrat. And so that's the whole argument for media being controlled by Democrats, right? But then when you look at the majority of lobbying money, when you look at the majority of who newspapers support, when you look at all the actual facts of where money goes, the capitalists, the owners of these industries, they're all Republicans. Every single one.
And
So it's
because
like,
the
yeah,
journalists
cool,
don't own the means of production. They're working class people in this situation.
I mean, they can investigate whatever the fuck they want, right? But they literally can't have the story published unless the capital owners go, yeah, you can publish that story. So it's just like, yeah.
And in a lot of cases, they don't even publish it. They buy the information, the photos and stuff from them. They give it to an internal writer who then spins it.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah, like, it's crazy.
Now, the only thing they're talking about is going to be in one direction. I turn to Fox News. The only thing they're talking about is the other direction. And this makes people really on edge and then say,
well,
I need to...
you know what? Nowadays, you know what? I bet you could probably say that there's even less difference between MS Now and Fox, because both of those shows are only talking about Hassan.
Literally, though, dude, that's the only topic now is Hassan. Hassan derangement syndrome is true. Look, I have plenty of critiques of Hassan. I've always thought Hassan is entertaining. I've always enjoyed listening to Hassan.
Entertainment first, yeah, well, at least for a long time. I think he's kind of doing some shit now, but...
I also, though, have hella critiques of Hassan and the DSA, and I regularly make them hurt, right? Yeah. But, like, the critiques people have are just so invalid. I've never once heard a valid critique levied by anyone in mainstream media. My critiques are like that they say that we should even do like this whole like, oh, we should do Israel but equal rights. Like, shut the fuck up, we should nuke Israel. You know, like, that's my stance. But, like, yeah.
Yeah, no, half the time they're just like, look at this hot, sexy socialist and all his awesome opinions. We should hate him.
Dude, right-wingers are so good at making communists and socialists look fucking sick. I actually just saw, I was scrolling Reels right before we started, and I literally saw some communist Instagram page, like, make an edit of Donald Trump talking about communism with, like, music in the background, and it sounded so fucking cool. Like,
well, you know, it's the fascist thing, because your enemy has to be somehow all-powerful and stuff, so you have to talk it up like they're badass and awesome, and that they're right around the corner.
Even the other day, like, on some random fitness influencer's thing, I commented about how I do, he was like, I came up with this tricep extension. I was like, oh, I actually do something very similar, except for I grab onto this attachment next to the cable for, like, extra stability. And then someone commented and was like, you're a gay Satan-worshipping communist who's gonna foment the Civil War. And I'm like, that's fucking sick. I have that much power? Like, I'm gonna create the Civil War myself? Damn, dude, like, I'm based.
Yeah, you're just fucking Thanos walking in going, I am inevitable.
Yeah, like I'm a fucking gay Satan worshipping communist who's gonna create war in the Imperial Core. Like that's fucking crazy, dude. I got motion, brother. I got fucking motion then.
Sky, the avatar of communism. He wields anarchism, socialism, communism, and the liberals. All four nations.
I also love the fact that this means this man saw a comment about a tricep extension and somehow got so offended that he went and stalked my page.
That's true too. Man,
Yeah.
some now like I don't know what it is, but I've been getting mad comments lately on some of my stuff. Normally I would get like some views and some likes, but I don't get that many comments. Now that I've really been pumping out a lot of the shorts, I get way more comments, and some of them really are deranged.
Dude, people are so mentally ill. It's so crazy.
A lot-
I love the. Oh, what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say they're not even related to politics a lot of the time. Like one of the ones that I got some deranged conservative comments on, I was fucking talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender. And then I had some fucking dude with a shaggy profile picture come and be like, the real problem with Avatar is that they're trying to pursue a woke agenda and queer all their watchers. Back in my day, we had a good, straight Avatar that was a child.
Dude, motherfucking, if I talk about veganism, dude, that's like the most especially Instagram's actually way more receptive. But if I post about veganism on TikTok, oh my god, the comments are insane every single time. And it's not just from conservatives, like even left-wingers will, like I had this dude who's like, dude, I'm a communist, but like, don't you know that plants are sentient too? And it's just like, dog. You're all mentally, like, you're just stunted. You're mentally stunted. Like, how can you believe 90% of the shit you say? It's so insane to me.
No, I agree. Like, I almost thought about sharing it with you, but because I saw it right before we got on, was this this YouTube short. I don't know if you've ever came across him. He's like I think beige farmer or something. He's like a half black, half Indian, like, or Native American guy. That has like a little farm, and he generally is pretty progressive and stuff in some of his views. I don't mind his content. He runs like a farm. But he had like I don't have much of a problem with his stuff, even though like he's running a farm and he fucking like kills pigs and chickens and stuff and talks about it, running his own small farm. And I'm like, whatever. I don't really like that, but like. I'm willing to look past some stuff if for now because there's bigger picture stuff. But he for no reason I saw a video where he just took shots at vegans. I was just like,
yeah,
it wasn't even a good shot. It was like one of the most deranged shots. He was like, in my experience, vegans actually are just stupid. Like, he didn't say it in this way. It was a little more eloquent, but he was like, except for the last part. But he was like, in my experience, vegans are basically just morons that don't realize that the things they're advocating for would actually kill more animals.
Yeah, they're all super fucking stupid. It's just exhausting too, because it's all the same, like, it's always the same arguments. Nature though, crop deaths though, bacon though, plants actually are sentient though.
His was brand new. It was so dumb. His argument was, if we had all plant crops, we'd actually kill more things because there'd be more pesticides, and we'd be killing insects in on like a larger magnitude. I'm like, we have to have plants to feed the animals no matter what.
Yeah, I was about to say crop deaths though, which is a very common one that's literally disprovable with basic fucking biology. Like, you're actually, yeah. So, crop deaths, though, that's another one.
Oh, is that like animals killed by harvesting?
Yeah,
he
exactly.
literally brought that up. I actually hadn't heard that one before. I was like, that's the dumbest fucking thing ever, because he was like, don't you know how many, like, voles and rats and mice and birds and lizards and insects get killed when you till a field?
Yeah, don't you know how many animals die when you burn down a fucking rainforest to put in a goddamn pasture and then feed them like bricks of soy that could just be fed to humans? Yeah, like it's, you know.
Yeah,
It's
I'm like,
great. It's great logic. I love all the anti-vegan arguments. And like I said, at this point, I've heard literally all of them.
I guess you have.
once
I
heard-
hadn't heard that one. Yeah, you knew what I was
Yeah.
talking about right away.
Yeah. My favorite one that the leftists love to use is that there's no there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, which is true, but then
It doesn't give you a pass. Yeah, it doesn't give you a pass.
Yeah. Like, and I fucking hate the leftists who don't participate in boycotting at all. Like, to be clear, if you're in a city and there's 13 fucking local coffee shops within a 5-minute radius of you and you choose to go get Starbucks, you're a piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry, but you're a piece of fucking shit. Like, if there's an open boycott against Walmart and Target and Burger King and DoorDash because they are openly pro-Israel and they're firing people for literally saying free Palestine, and you are made aware of it, and then you choose to go to one of those stores instead of another store that's 2 minutes down the fucking road, you are a piece of shit. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you've got to be unaware, or, yeah, you have to just, like, actually not really give a shit. Which is, like, makes you kind of a bad person, yeah. Kind of makes you a bad person. And like,
it's
look,
not an excuse. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism is not an excuse to be a blind fucking consumer, because we have to acknowledge the world we live in, and we live in capitalism. And we all acknowledge that Elon Musk has so much more power and so much more say in government than us as an individual, even though we both have a vote. And why is that? Because he has more fucking capital. Because in capitalism, the real way to make your voice heard is through your capital. You know how the capitalists can't survive without our fucking money. That's the only way we have a say in shit. So you're just being absolute dumbass. Like,
I gotta actually pull this one up, because like this goes straight up to my point. Is like I try not to do this, but I got into a stupid internet argument on Reddit. I haven't done it in years. But someone just said some shit that made me so mad, because I was like, this dude is so dumb.
dude, my dog is totally gonna shits later. I just caught her eating hot sauce.
She heard he has red hair. No, he has no hair. But okay. So I got into this random fucking argument, and because I just read this Reddit comment, I know this is deranged, but I read this Reddit comment. This person said, "I'm a leftist, a big city in the deep south, and I've experienced this in real, and I've done." This is how he typed it. "This in real, and I've done personal research. I have also learned that Reddit doesn't want to hear it, nor believe me. The majority of black voters want the least vote-shaking Democrats. They will take the steady machine-picked candidate who won't make large changes, especially the very large voting bloc over 50. I don't judge. I didn't live a life of an over 50 black woman, urban. Their life is different than mine." So I just said, that's just not true. Black Americans are consistently one of the most progressive blocs in the country, and then fucking put a Pew Research link to it.
Yeah.
And this random fucking person then went, "The entire theory is a textbook example of academic progressive wishful thinking that completely collapses when you look at actual numbers. You claim that if black people don't show you their socially left-wing beliefs, it's because they don't trust you. But the reality is, they just don't have them." Because I had said in my thing that, like, if if you know black people and they behave conservatively around you, it's because they don't fucking trust you.
A lot of times, yeah.
But that's not the main point. The main point was, in the Pew Research thing, there was a thing about, black people black Americans preferring to support black businesses. He said, your own Pew source proves that 58% of black adults say supporting black-owned businesses is the path to equality, which is baseline black capitalism, not anarchic, socialist, or any of the things you said. But I was like, the Pew Research thing showed that like 60% of black Americans believe capitalism will never lead to a better life for them. That like capitalism is bad, basically, right? They're anti-capitalist. The majority of black Americans identify as anti-capitalist in some broad sense.
Yeah.
And I said, supporting black businesses is not antithetical to the first part of that Pew Research article. It doesn't matter at all, because you can't win if you don't play the game. You can't amass any power to have any say if you're not playing the game. You don't win by choosing to sit out. You lose by default.
Yeah. I mean, that's the fact of everything, right? Is like, this is like literally basic. Dude, you have not read any works by any singular black scholar in American fucking history if you don't think that the black liberation movement believes in socialism. Like, you haven't read Angela Davis, you haven't read Fred Hampton, you haven't read Huey P. Newton.
You haven't even listened to an MLK speech.
You literally have no Malcolm X, nothing. Literally every single fucking black liberation movement leader in American history, goddamn near, was full-on socialist. Every single fucking one. Huey P. Newton literally has the famous speech where he says, we don't fight fire with fire, we fight fire with water. We don't fight capitalism with black capitalism, we fight it with socialism. Like, he literally has that fucking speech that pops the fuck off. Like, you have zero fucking idea what you're talking about. Also, the fact that we should just, like, automatically respect the opinions of not respect, but we should automatically just listen to and take into word the opinion of every single black individual because they're black. Like, okay, let's say that the majority of black people were in favor. I think I heard someone claim this on Hassan's stream, that the majority of black people are in favor of strong borders and what the Trump admin is doing with borders. One, it's probably most likely not true. I didn't get to listen to Hassan's response, but I would guarantee you it's just not true. But let's say it is true. Why the fuck should I care?
Yeah. It's probably not true because, like, again, like, the stats just don't show it. The stats continually show they're one of the most progressive blocs in the country. And they brought up in response to the black church as an example of how black Americans are actually really conservative. They brought up the strength of the black church. And I was just like, motherfucker, the black church is the only, like, church org left in the country that's still, like, socialist Jesus.
Also, like, black churches are so important for the black community because it gives them a safe place of organization.
Exactly.
A lot of these, like, political meetings and stuff that we have happen at black churches. Like, a very, 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 very large majority of the political meetings I've been to in my city happen at black churches.
Yeah. That's literally what I said too. I was just like, you literally don't know black people. If you think that. You have never been to a black church. You've never read about a black church. You've never read anything about the, like, black Christian movements of progressivism in this country. Or even that, like, even white Christian movements used to be progressive. They used to be.
Yeah. People are fucking ridiculous.
It's so dumb. Anyway,
be on one side. It crafts a moral worldview. While I certainly understand your point, actually, let me do this. Are you saying take a side, stand up for something?
More or less. I'm saying that over the last, we'll say, 26 years, right, we have been, well, barring 2016. So from 2000 to 2016, we were kind of controlled by a centrist government. And I feel like that,
facts.
even though Barack Obama was
at least
progressive.
right-wing centrism. Centrist for the American spectrum.
Capitalist centrism.
We view him now as pretty centrist, right? We're in a room full of progressives.
I would agree, just even back then as well.
Right. That opened the door for someone like Donald Trump to come in and actively erode our Constitution and the very foundation that our country is supposed to be.
Well, is your argument that everyone should be against Donald Trump then?
No.
So then what's your gripe with moderates?
Centrism and moderation in 2026, in the age of AIPAC money, in the age of Larry Ellison, Barry Weiss, all of these talking heads, all of these political entities, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, all these, this technocracy that we are not far from, right? Why do you get to sit in the middle and argue both sides while raking in dollars from these exact entities?
Yeah, call it out, because he's right. What the fuck is centrism in this situation? You get to sit in the middle and go, maybe they should only own half of everything. Or, that's not even true. Maybe they should only own 99% of everything instead of 100% of everything. That's like the centrist stance at this point.
The dude literally got exposed for taking money from the Russians. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, what's your proposal? I guess I'm trying to understand. My view of what it means to be moderate is that sometimes the right is correct and sometimes the left is correct.
Sure.
And I think my view is, I come from interestingly, the area of Chicago where I grew up has turned red. It's firefighters, it's cops, it's working class Joes.
Why is that?
That it turned red?
Yeah.
I think for a lot of these people, they feel that the Democratic establishment has abandoned them.
Man, I like this guy just employing the Socratic method. Just, why? Why is that? What? Why? Explain yourself. Talk. Let your stupid out.
And on a few issues. Mm-hmm. The mass migration that we saw, or the large migration, call it whatever you want.
Wasn't there a huge, like you're saying, wasn't there a huge migration of blue to red and red to blue, right? You made that claim.
You mean like California to Texas?
Sure.
And New York
Inner
to
city
Florida,
Chicago to outer city Chicago, suburbs, things like that.
Yeah, the people in my neighborhood didn't really move. They don't have the money to do so.
Sure.
So there is a large migration. Doesn't mean every neighborhood migrated, but particularly for where I grew up, it's interesting.
Okay, why is it poor, Tim? These places that are poor in this country were not always poor, especially areas in Chicago. Why are they poor now? Where did the money go?
Poor. I seriously doubt he even grew up in a poor part of Chicago. I don't know where he grew up, but I just doubt that.
Yeah, I doubt that too. But yeah, just why are they poor? Okay, some of the people were too poor, but the reason the area is poor is because the people with money moved.
The politics of the neighborhood kind of tracked alongside myself. Like in 2016, I was for Bernie. The area where I grew up, it was largely blue. I didn't vote for anybody. In 2020, I said, I guess I'm going to vote for Trump. There's the things I don't like about him, but here's what I agree with and why I don't like
Why
Joe
did
Biden.
you vote for him?
Well, unfortunately, I think one of the big issues with Afghanistan, and I'm not going to say Trump's done well with it.
Biden ended the conflict in Afghanistan. What are you talking about, Tim?
Iran, particularly, you know what I mean? But there was an issue of, for one, I was for Tulsi Gabbard. I donated the maximum to Tulsi and to Andrew Yang.
How's Tulsi doing?
Moderately well. I mean, she's not particularly in the political limelight as of right now, but I do believe she's going to try and run a sport.
Oh my God, I love David being like, what the fuck are you saying? That was a great question, too. How's Tulsi doing?
Spoiler candidacy against Democrats.
Sure.
But
How's Andrew Yang doing?
Andrew Yang not doing so well. I mean, he's got the Ford Party, but
why do you think that?
Why do I think what?
Why do you think that Andrew Yang is not succeeding in today's day and
Because I
age?
believe the Democratic machine, like they did to Bernie.
Well, Andrew Yang is a shit centrist. That's why he's not doing well. Which goes in. This guy's actually really cooking with the Socratic method here. It's really cooking on his point. He's letting Tim dig the hole.
Faces out anybody who wants to actually win up on a populist grassroots level. And I don't know how to vote for someone like Joe Biden, who I think is evil. And I think him and the administration, Hillary Clinton, have done such horrible things that I said, we need, like Andrew.
I also thought Joe Biden was evil. But, as we keep saying, it's a turd sandwich giant deuce situation. So a lot of the time, when you only have two choices, you are choosing a lesser of two evils. And Biden was categorically the lesser of two evils. Categorically.
Dog, I live in Tennessee. I straight up did not vote in the last presidential election. It impacted nothing.
Well, I voted third party. I actually always vote third party because we live in Tennessee.
Yeah, I was gonna say more.
Depending on where you live, I supported people voting for Biden, but yeah, Tennessee, I was like, dog, I'm gonna vote for a third party that I think might get extra votes just to try and get that 5% margin.
So in the last election, I voted third. I did not vote for Harris. I voted third party. It literally had zero impact on anything. The only reason I even showed up was for local elections.
I actually don't even remember her name, but I voted for some woman that I think was a socialist candidate. I genuinely don't remember her name, but that's who I voted for in 2020.
Yeah.
Yang was my principal guy. A big fan of Tulsi as well, largely because she had military service and was in opposition to these foreign wars. And when we didn't get it for the second time, I said, I guess I'm voting for Donald Trump for a few reasons. He was the only one talking about why we need trade controls. And I agree with these trade controls, but I fully recognize that they do cause short-term economic damage, and that's bad for a lot of people. I can recognize that.
Why are we in the position, or why as a country did we end up in that issue with trade? Why did that happen?
There's a lot of arguments for it. If you go back to the 90s, you can look at these
No, you can just go back to 2016.
Free trade agreements. The belief from a lot of individuals is that when there's trade agreements between countries, you prevent war.
Who passed those?
These laws? Yeah. That go back to both parties since 1950.
Sure.
So,
but in the 50s, who passed? Like, where did they align politically?
Both parties. We call it the Uniparty.
I would say they'd probably be pretty close to the center, right? One would call them a moderate.
We call them the Uniparty.
Okay.
I don't think moderate's the right way to describe.
God damn, he's actually letting Tim cook himself.
Oh, Tim's so stupid.
Yeah,
it was both parties. It was a uniparty. So it was centrists and moderates. Yes, Tim. Yes, you dumb fuck. You just admitted it, and you fell into your own trap, and then now you're trying to say it's something else called a uniparty when that's fucking centrist, dude. Fucking centrist.
He really
Jesus
is so
Christ.
dumb. I was saying he's digging his hole. He's letting him dig his hole. He just keeps asking questions because he's a moron. And what did he do? He dug the hole, threw the shovel up into the air, and let the shovel impale him.
A cabal of elites who lie about their views to attract the most voters possible and steal power from the working class.
Sure.
Like moderate just means.
So if you believe that, what are your views? In 1950, where are you voting? Where are you casting your vote?
Oh, I'm not voting for any of these people.
Well, so
to be fair, I think we're
Okay. Wait. Is his interpretation of being a moderate of just like I don't vote? Is that what he thinks being a moderate is? Because every time he gets pushed into this, he's just like, I wouldn't vote. I wouldn't vote. And then you were like, you said in 2016 you didn't vote. But then every other time you did vote, you voted for Trump.
Of the 1950s, we'd have all strange, like very strange political views. But I would say right now, are you familiar with the liberal economic order?
Yes.
I think it was insane. And then the policies that we got from it leading up to before Trump came in was the continuance of this policy by which the United States imposes economic sanctions and military we'll just call it their military, because it could be occupation or bombings on other countries unless they enter into debt with an international banking system. And they thought, you know what, this will prevent World War III. And did it? No.
So how is that?
Actually, it kind of did, but like, yeah, it's probably not the best way, but what are you talking about? You're wrong.
Foreign sovereign nations and took away the rights of the people to vote as they wish.
How is that different, like the central bank entity, right? How is that different than most of the individuals on the right taking money from AIPAC?
That's not a good thing. I don't agree with that. Those are bad things.
Then why do you actively support that? Why do you actively support a president who's made billions of dollars since he's taken office? Why do you support that as somebody who loved Bernie?
The simple answer is the things that I align with, clearly you don't align with, and that puts me in a Trump position as opposed to a Democrat position.
Sure.
You have a lot of politicians on the Democrat side who got behind authoritarian practices during COVID. I'm not going to support those individuals.
So, but the authoritarian
Trump did all those. Trump did all of those.
Also, they just didn't. They just didn't. You don't know the definition of authoritarian. You don't know what authoritarian practices are. You're a fucking idiot. You've never studied any political science in your entire fucking life. You couldn't even graduate middle school. Like, they just didn't. They just did not.
Yeah, it's true. If anything, the things you're saying they did, they lifted. They're not authoritarian, but then on top of that, they're not the ones that did them. When Biden took office, the lockdown ended within, I think, 6 months of him taking office.
Look, lockdowns are not authoritarian.
They're not. Yeah.
Mask mandates are not authoritarian.
Not.
Vaccine mandates are not authoritarian.
Not.
Censorship of speech that spreads misinformation that could seriously harm and murder people, that is not authoritarian. None of those things are authoritarian, okay?
Facts.
Literally, if I were to purposefully fucking hold you down and inject you with a vaccine to stop you from murdering people, that is not authoritarian, okay?
I agree. Like, honestly, we probably should have forcefully vaccinated people.
It's literally just in no way authoritarian to stop you from killing people, okay? If you think that's what authoritarianism is, to stop you from fucking murdering people, then you're an idiot. Point blank, period.
Also, if you do think that, you should probably be more into the abolish the police statement.
Yep.
like if that's what you think it is, you should actually, because you also seem to think that police are the only thing stopping murders, even though they don't do shit.
Abolish the state. Full anarchy. If that's your fucking belief, if that's how stupid you are, just do full anarchy, abolish the state, Wild fucking West, everybody do whatever the fuck they want.
Except he probably actually does kind of believe in, like, you know, the meme of anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah.
He probably does believe in that, honestly. Because, like, a full state abolishment is I mean, really the utopian end goal of, like, communism and anarchism, but what they kind of describe is actually kind of the Looney Tune thing of anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah, no, just as is, you know, the state doing anything to stop violence, that can't be, that's authoritarianism. The state having any censorship or control or anything, that's authoritarianism. So just right now, abolish the state as is, let America continue with no fucking state. That's the reductio of Tim Pool's dumbass fucking statement. So,
yeah.
Day, you're willing to look past.
Some of them, yes.
Come on, man. Come on. Like,
do you want me to lie to you and equivocate and pretend that I think politicians are all
I don't
good
want you to lie to me, and I'm so thankful that you're being honest. And I'm glad these cameras can see that, and I hope your fan base can.
And I'd say this every single night on my show. It is silly that you get people who come on here and try to defend the indefensible. Like, sometimes you're a conservative, and you're wrong. Sometimes you're a...
Dude, David in the background, that was great. Did you see him?
Try to defend the indefensible. Like, sometimes you're a conservative and you're wrong. Sometimes you're a Democrat and you're wrong.
Sure.
It's silly to come here and be like, no matter what the argument is, I have to tribalistically defend something that's stupid. But here's the issue. There are things that
Oh my god, I need them to put David behind every conservative they have on the show forever.
Yeah, this like bruh face he just did.
Yeah.
Democrats have done that terrify me and I cannot support. Now that being said,
is there good that they've done?
There's a possibility. You know, the one thing I like to shout out for Joe Biden is banking and ATM issues. I know it seems a little light, but I can't believe that the right attacked Joe Biden on the issue of trying to get rid of ATM fees. I know it might sound so light, but you got to start from the bottom.
It sounds like
a
very safe Republican moderate belief. And
Certainly.
and dude, you are entitled to have those beliefs.
Yeah.
And like, we live in this country. We are allowed to disagree. This Constitution that you allege is fully eroded, we still have the ability to do this, and that fucking rules. But I will say, we've all seen what's been going on in our country this summer. We've been holding the World Cup here. We've been seeing people come here and see this country for what it truly is, and they fucking love it.
They love it.
Right?
It's great.
What do they love about it?
Well, I love when they went to Chicago and got the deep dish pizza.
Right.
I love the people who said
Where'd that
they
deep
were
dish pizza come from?
Giordano's?
Yeah. Okay, that last name, that doesn't sound like an American last name. Where'd that pizza come from?
It came from America.
Immigrants.
It didn't.
No, it didn't.
Chicago-style deep
right.
dish came from Chicago.
But it's...
Well, let's say the descendants of immigrants, if you want to get technical.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, these
Because
things...
American-style pizza was uniquely American and distinct from Italian-style pizza.
Totally.
Oh
I
my God.
completely agree.
Chicken tikka masala
But
comes
it's
from?
still pizza.
Do you know where chicken tikka masala
It is a
comes
British inclination.
Shut the fuck up, Tim! Do you know where chicken tikka masala came from? Dude, I'm gonna pull the fucking trigger. I'm gonna pull the fucking trigger. He is so goddamn dumb and so dense.
I get it. Like, I fully get it, man.
We agree. It's amazing.
You are talking to a 365-pound man with a knife tattoo.
No,
You
but
think
we
I don't
agree.
know where tikka masala is from, dog?
We love it. We agree.
I mean, I don't love that it's their national dish.
Bro,
I think.
I'm part Korean. I had family who fled war and came to America and were welcomed in the beautiful bosom of this nation to live an amazing life.
And now you hate immigrants.
Are you voting for an entity that wants to erase that?
They don't want to erase it. I think you have a misconception. I think it comes down to, I look at a Biden administration that brings in there's wide estimates from 4 to even upwards of 20 million, right? And if you pick what number you think is right or what's wrong, it doesn't matter. We saw mass migration into this country on a large scale, and I think that is bad.
Dog, we have a negative, we have an unsustainable birth rate. Our economic system would collapse if you don't let in immigrants.
It's just everything he said in response to everything this dude has said is just so stupid.
Bad for the economy.
And he's trying to be kind and like lead him to the answers, and he's just too dumb.
He is too dumb.
I like
yeah.
the approach he's taking.
Yeah.
Because it is how you change minds a lot of times. But Tim seems to literally just be too dumb.
It's true. Like, this guy is actually like the compassionate Care Bear conversator who does cozy you into the correct position by being like, come on, buddy. Sit down with the, like I said, he's like, come on, buddy, sit down with the cool kids. Have a slice. You want a beer? Let's be buddies. Don't you want to be cool like us?
But then Tim's just like, no, they're not eroding the culture. Actually, when they forcefully remove all white people from America, that has zero impact. It's like when Patrick Bet-David was arguing with the dude, and he's like, you wouldn't have been let in the country. Like, your parents would not have been let in the country under Trump. You know that? And he's just like, we would have found a way in. Like, this is very similar vibes, you know?
Yeah, he's like, we're
Yeah.
built different, we're special, we're alphas.
Yeah.
Nothing about my life or lineage would ever change, no matter what. And I just want to keep the weak non-alphas out.
Yeah, like, dude, you're not a white South African. Sorry, buddy. You're not getting let in the country.
Yeah.
Pushed by Democratic Party politicians and activists that I think are detrimental to the future of the younger generation of this country, namely my child.
So we keep talking about this Civil War issue, these secessions and everything. The big issue that's going on geopolitically is we've got a massive fucking target on our back. Wouldn't you want more people to be in this country to fight against that? Wouldn't you want more
What's
hands?
the target? Like, I mean, like, who's the threat?
We are. Israel, through us, is a threat. So we have...
But you're saying like there's going to be retaliation in the United States from
Absolutely.
terror targets?
They are hanging banners calling for the
This narrative that, like, we are a threat just because Israel.
I don't agree with that. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, dog, we've been
since day
the
one.
threat since World War II. We've been him.
We've been evil-ass motherfuckers since the get-go, dog. Since the literal fucking get-go. Since the foundation of our country, we've been evil the fucking shit. And during the Cold War, we just ramped it up to a new fucking level, and we are evil, vile pieces of fucking shit.
We took
That's what we are.
with the destabilization of the world structure after World War II, we just decided to become the world authority. We just did. We just went, huh, the Nazis lost, and now there's no one
We get
to
to
fight
do whatever we
us.
want.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if that's imposing dictators on people, doing coups. We do whatever the fuck we want now. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we have been the bad guys literally since like 1946. We really have. We've been the bad guys since the moment. Not even the moment World War II ended, since right before we started being the bad guys probably like 44. I'd say we started being the bad guys before World War II even ended, because we saw the power vacuum before it actually ended, and we were like, hey, if we jump in now, we can rule this bitch.
If that were to happen, I do not like the outcome that's going to...
I don't see how bringing in more people from around the world, which, whether right or wrong, changes that.
Isn't a larger country stronger? Isn't China vastly more advanced than we are?
Not necessarily, no.
Yes, they are.
Yes, and yes.
Yes, they are.
What are you fucking talking about? If they mobilize the military, like tomorrow, they could have 10 soldiers for every 1 soldier we have, and it still wouldn't be even close to a significant portion of their population. Like, if they had 30 million soldiers, that would be 10% of our entire population. It would be like 3% of theirs. 30 million would be like 3% of their population. They could have an army of 30 million people, and it would be 3% of their population. It would be 10% of ours.
And we would have the same stupid fucking apparatus where we have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on every single piece of military equipment, while they spend pennies on the dollars compared to us.
Yeah, we would have, the only way we could even theoretically compete is if we did like the wartime powers thing where we seize all the production facilities.
Mm-hmm. We would just have to straight up do socialism or fascism, yeah.
Yeah, the only way we could even pretend to compete is to do what they do. And we'd still fucking lose. Why? Because all of the cool shit that we even had the startings of in this country, we dismantled. We'd have to play catch up. We'd have to do like 20 years of infrastructural construction to streamline our operation in like a month. Just to have a chance. Just to have a fucking chance.
India, Like they have high levels of poverty in certain areas. I think
no, they don't. This narrative, dude. This is one of the things I got into a fight with Amani about, was him trying to say that actually, rural China is still incredibly impoverished. Dog, we still have mass areas in America that don't have plumbing or running water. What are you talking about?
No, they've actually practically eliminated poverty in China.
Yeah. And the only way the narrative of poverty can even be passed is when you look at it in American dollars, which isn't how you would need to look at it in buying power, like locality buying power. How many loaves of bread can they fucking buy?
Exist within a caste system. That we're comparing different things.
I think the United States likes to put on these airs, particularly Republicans, about how everything's perfect and great. When it's not, you've got slums. Japan does this. China does this. Yeah. It's hard to gauge which country is going to be the pinnacle of success of their ground population.
I don't want us to be the pinnacle. I want us to be the country that we should be.
Which is?
A country that continues to change and grow and develop and welcome people in.
I'm going to pause here. We are out.
Man, that's... honestly, that should be the most lukewarm, moderate take of all time. Is just like, don't you want yourself and your country to be better tomorrow than they were the day before?
Literally.
That's like literally the only reason to live. That is the only reason anyone really has to live. Is the validation, the feeling of success, joy, accomplishment, and historical glory of constantly moving forward. Otherwise, I'm sorry, just do fucking heroin or something. If you just want to, like, I don't know, dopamine max and just, like, disintegrate.
No, but, like, actually, what's the argument for, like, not, yeah. Like, if you're not here to progress the human race, then, like, you're just here for funs and lulz, right? So...
yeah, at that point, just do opium every day until you die.
Yeah.
Because, like, actually, yeah, what you're basically saying you gave up. You're not deriving human joy from anything. You're not interested in anything. So, alright. Go into the opium mines. Just disappear. Stop making things worse for us. Just go have fun in the opium hole. Anyway, that was...
So I want to thank you both. I want to thank all the debaters.
It was great, man.
You guys brought a lot of passion.
I saw a
Tim,
little
I want to thank you for taking them all
of them
on. That
making
is
some
not
end
easy.
statements. I
Would
kinda
you
wanted
like
to
to
see what
continue this
David
conversation
said.
on our podcast?
Yeah,
for sure.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, thank you.
And I love that you guys watched and tuned in. Thank you for watching, and catch us next time.
I think it was great. I think everybody did a pretty good job. As long as we're trying to have a real conversation and get to the heart of it, things usually
oh my god, you're such a grifting moron. You had no real conversation.
work out well. Although there was that one guy who seemed really mad at me, you know?
I came here holding Tim to a very high standard, that of at least a 5-year-old in grade school.
I mostly think that
Dude, he's awesome. David's awesome. Mason's still wearing the fucking beanie. I love these two. These two need to do like Parker and why do I keep forgetting his name today? Dean, yeah, Parker and Dean thing. We need a Mason and David.
You see the false rape accusations that got levied against Dean?
No.
Yeah, some Republicans like literally made AI slop accounts of like females like accusing Dean of rape, and like and it blew up on the internet and people were actually believing it. And then he did like a breakdown showing how literally even the screenshots of the text messages are AI, how there's never once been a message sent from his account to that other account, how the profile picture of his inside of the text messages is clearly AI and not his profile picture, and like all this other shit. Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking psychotic, actually. I missed all that. Honestly, I don't keep up with Dean that much. Dean and Parker that much. I mostly just randomly come across them every now and then on TikTok or YouTube shorts and, like, pay attention for, like, 2 seconds if I think it's funny.
Same. I actually just so happened to scroll on it while he was breaking it down, like how it's an abject lie.
Well, I mean, honestly, that feels fucking typical. Man, we're gonna need hardcore laws against AI-based, like, fake evidence. We're gonna need, like, hardcore punishment shit.
Oh yeah, you should go to prison for that. 100%.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't be able to just make some AI slop about an accusation like that and not go to jail. Like, whoever did that should be, like, sought down by the United States government and taken into prison, for sure.
It's hard for me to want that because our government is so fucked up, but, like, I kind of feel like the only solution ultimately is that we all have to have our real identities locked to our online activity, like in Japan, like in Korea, like in China. Where your, like, ID is literally linked to any accounts you can have on any social website where you can post anything. Like, not every part of the internet, but if you can interact and talk to other people, you probably need to have a thing locked to it. And like, it's real hard for me to say I believe that because, like, I really believe internet anonymity can be powerful and good. But at the same time, it can be powerful and bad. And I think the bad might be outweighing the good that being anonymous online can do. And of course, if you're willing to become tech literate, you can always be anonymous online. It just requires some extra steps. But for general web activity, I'm thinking maybe anonymity needs to die.
Trying to find this exact video of Dean talking about it.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, this 50 minutes, I don't think we need to react to the whole thing, but we can at least react to part of it. I'm sure he, like, summarizes or something of what happened.
Yeah, I had not heard about this at all.
The video that she made on me.
It's insane to me that it even got this big because, like, I was looking at it, at the images, and it's just, like, so clearly AI.
Honestly, I've seen some AI shit that I cannot believe has been taken seriously lately. And I'm just like, are people seeing the same things that I'm seeing? It is a real question.
Saying that I accused her of sexual harassment. I hope you now see that this is a pattern of behavior. Yes, she did sexually harass me. Yes, she did unconsensually pleasure herself to AG in a TikTok, plus many more.
What?
There's another creator on TikTok, so if you're...
Oh, this is 6 months old, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I saw addresses everything and I figured it was that, but...
Is he having... Well, he probably hasn't put a video together if you came across it today.
No, I came across it like...
So, out of the total 6 million unemployed people in 2019...
No.
But I said before
this
is going to
Allison, thank you for the
change
galaxy.
how GDP is really...
I'm surprised he didn't post a video about it on his page.
Well, we can definitely, if there's more information that comes out of it, we can talk about it next week.
Yeah.
Because yeah, we definitely hit our 4 hours today. Man, I was that Jubilee, like, I'm gonna say there was parts that were definitely hilarious, and I expected some hilarity out of it, but oh my god, Tim was so much more pointless than I expected. I really thought he was gonna be more of a dipshit. And he was a dipshit, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it was just, like, so pointless. I'm glad that we had, like, that call-out moment where what was it, Luke, the guy Luke was just like, why are you even, what are these claims? Like, why are you even asking these claims? Like, what are we supposed to do? These are useless claims.
Yeah. I mean, they literally are. Like, what are... Most of the propositions, literally what the fuck was even, like, debated? What was the topic?
Yeah, like, to be fair, let's be real with Jubilee. Why did you okay these? No, like, for real. Why did you okay these? These are, like, you had to have gone, well, what are they even gonna say? You should have screened the people to be like, do you think these claims are engaging? Like, that you're actually going to be able to engage with them? Because, like, it was funny, but let's be real. This entire episode should have just been, David and, David and, what was his name?
Mason.
David and Mason just clowning his ass. They weren't even really debating. They were, but because rightfully so, there was nothing to debate. These weren't real claims. And the people who did try and engage with them honestly, you're right, Sky. God damn, they need to learn the basics of debating.
They were all just idiot fucking liberals. Like, literally none of them knew the basics of even debating. None of them actually had defensible points themselves, which just made Tim Pool look good because... Like I said, when all you can say is, oh, well, my side is less evil than your side, therefore your side bad.
Which was kind of everyone except David, Luke, and Mason.
Yeah. It's because they all came up and they immediately just started defending the Democratic Party, and that's all they fucking did the entire time, is everyone was just trying to defend the Democratic Party. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't need to defend the Democratic Party. You just need to ask Tim questions of why he believes these things, because he's making the positive claim, and then dismantle his points. You don't even have to bring up any evidence yourself. You could have just simply pointed out that he was lying over and over again, that he was switching the subject of the debate proposition, and different shit like that.
Yeah, not staying on topic, lying. God, he lied way more than I thought. I thought he was just going to be wrong about things, but, like, fuck, I think he said 2 things that were based in reality at all.
No, he lied a lot, yeah.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
I don't think I've ever watched any of these where someone lies this much. Normally it's like, you know what, the half-truth thing, where they're, like, cherry-picking, or misconstruing, or trying to warp a reality into supporting, or like some kind of truth into a reality that supports them. But no, he was just like making shit up.
Well, yeah, that's because, I mean, fucking, like, people know there's a fact-check thing on Jubilee. The only reason Tim is the only person who was willing to make shit up is because he's the only person dumb enough to believe the stupid fucking shit he was saying. Like...
That's true. Like, I wonder, Does he know that they fact check on Jubilee? Because, like, you think
I think he thinks he was telling the truth.
Yeah, I guess that is an example of him just being so dumb. He thinks he did fact check them. Like, he thinks what he did is fact checking. So he thought those were true.
Yup. Oh my god, I love... Dude, this fucking hilarious. I go to my YouTube and the first thing is Hassan reacts, 1 Russian asset versus 20 liberals is the title of it.
That's a
came up
great
with
one.
the title, just peak, yeah.
Dude, fuck, I should have stolen that. I put, yeah, fuck, I gotta steal that one. I used Jubilee cooked, gave us Tim drool. That's all I said.
No, that's fucking hilarious. Goddamn, 1
Yeah.
Russian asset versus 20 liberals is great.
Yeah, that's so good. I'll probably change the title or something based off of, I'll probably change it like Tim Pool lies for an hour. Or fucking, does Tim Pool know how to fact check? I don't know. I'll probably change the title afterwards. I'm stunned, honestly. It was just so pointless. It was just so pointless. I've watched other ones of these with, like, horrible right-wing grifters, and, like, I don't know, they don't feel as pointless.
Yeah, I mean, this one was, like, it's just because of how stupid Tim is. It's like, you can't even... Like, what is there to interact with or debate with someone who's literally just lies and does not even understand your points? Like, Luke showcased in the very end that Tim was deadass not even tracking the fucking conversation.
Yeah.
I just asked why. Like, he was trying to lead him and this motherfucker was just not comprehending.
Yeah, honestly, the way Luke was handling it, I have to assume he's like a preschool teacher, because he was like kid gloves, he was like slow tracking it. He was trying to, like, actually explain it and not really debate. He was like, look, guy, like, come on, can't you see? I set it up for you. Do you see the connection? Wouldn't you call that moderate? And he's like, uniparty. And you're like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, like, what do you say to that when someone says stupid shit like that? When you literally outline why centrism is stupid as fuck, and then they just go, no, that's uniparty, not centrism. Dumbass. Dumbass, 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 dumbass. What the fuck? You said that the definition of centrism, according to you, is believing that there's some good shit about the Republicans, some good shit about the Democrats, some bad shit about the Republicans, some bad shit about the Democrats. So when the Republicans and Democrats come together and they bipartisanly agree on some shit, what is that? That is fucking centrism, dumbass. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Nah, I want punk rock centrism where it's just stuff I like, which happens to just be Donald Trump.
Just Donald.
I think if you were gonna, instead of watching this, you should just watch the Constitution part. Or, I mean, the Civil War question part, because that really encapsulated the whole thing. Because it was the most pointless question, and I think was honestly the most entertaining, too, because of it. Because we had David and,
Mason obliterate him.
Why? I don't know why. Like, my brain doesn't work. I can't remember people's names. This is just who I am. I forget people's names constantly. It's so bad. David and Mason were just clowning on him, and they were so funny, and really pointed out how, like, pointless it was. And then, like, Luke was a good cap off to that, of him going, what are we doing, guy? So, like, if don't watch this whole thing, it's actually kind of boring and pointless. Just watch that part, because it summarizes in the most entertaining way the whole thing. Watch that 120-minute segment. I'll probably clip that 120-minute segment out of our thing, too, because it is the funniest part.
What are you getting into after this stream?
Probably going to bed because I gotta get up at 7.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. But if you want to get into anything in the rest of the week, I'm just doing like right now. The only game I'm playing is Minecraft because one of my chatters talked me into doing a hardcore Minecraft stream. The other thing.
Down for some craft, honestly.
Yeah, the other things we're kind of doing is we've got some friend slop that's on the docket that I might be able to get into. You've seen people playing Big Walk?
No, I have no idea what that is.
It's like a group.
Hello.
A group like puzzle game. I'll link you some of the friend slot games we've been playing. If you wanna play any of them, because like we've been playing these with like Logan and other people. And they're super fun.
Other video games. I'm so brain rotted. I just play Valorant.
That's fair. These are really fun because they're games you only play with friends.
Yeah.
Are you really going down there?
See, I just get sweaty as fucking Valorant. That's all I do. It's terrible. I never recommend anyone do it.
Big Walk is the newest one that people are playing. Peak just is an older one, but it just had its final update. So it's gonna do some like big stuff, and then of course Mecha Chameleon has been really fun and stupid. It's you know what like prop hunt in CS:GO is?
Yeah.
It's just that, but the game. Like the whole game is just prop hunt. It's a lot of fun, actually. A lot of fun. It's probably my favorite friend slop game we've played in a while. I like this one a lot. Especially because it has really good mod support. So people can download a bunch of different maps. There's some other friend slop games that I would play if we could get, like, a party together, but, I haven't played yet. But these are the 3 we've been playing, and if you wanted to play any of these, I would love to put a party together and play them with you, because they are great friend slop games. The Big Walk one is the big viral one right now. It's really popular right now.
I would be down to play. Next week is my last week before I gotta go back to school, so...
Yeah,
honestly.
I mean, I will be streaming... Let's see. I could probably... I know I'll be streaming tomorrow. I only don't really stream if I have to close into an open. That's basically the only time I don't stream. But I can't remember... I don't remember my schedule off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I think Robbie forgot to send it to me, but I know I work at 7 tomorrow. But I'll be streaming most days this coming week. I know I'll be streaming. I think Thursday I'm off, so I know I'll be streaming Thursday. I know I'm streaming tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably streaming most days. I think I might only not be streaming one day. I think there's only one day I won't be streaming next week.
I've seen a bunch of clips of Mecha Chameleon. That looks pretty fun.
Yeah, Mecha Chameleon's really fun. We've been regularly playing big groups of Mecha Chameleon. It is really fun. Peak is fun, but we're all really fucking bad at it except Logan. So most of the time when we play fucking Peak, it's all of us just getting carried by Logan. To be totally honest. Big Walk is also really fun, and we have friends playing it, so I'd be you can also play with a lot of fucking people in Big Walk, which is fun too. But yeah, Big Walk is just the newest one, so it's the most viral right now. It, like, just came out a couple days ago, I think. I've played it one time on stream so far.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sounds like a plan.
Yeah, if anyone's playing it throughout the week, I'll tell you if we're playing it to see if you want to try and jump in on it.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess that's it for the stream tonight, guys. Check us out tomorrow. We're probably continuing my Minecraft hardcore run. We've already died 6 times and had to restart 6 times because we don't know how to play Minecraft, but we're doing our best right now. The only reason we wouldn't be playing our Minecraft hardcore run tomorrow is if we can play Friend Slop instead, because I'm always going to play Friend Slop over something else. But because Friend Slop is the best. I love playing Friend Slop games. They're always the most fun. It's just the truth. They're also the funniest because a lot of my friends are funnier than me. Because I'm just kind of a dork ass. I'm going to be real. Like, anyway, we'll see you next Sunday. Probably.
Yep, we'll see you next Sunday.
Night, everyone.
Night. Alright, I gotta take a shit, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I'll see you later.
See you later.